started.
Okay, let me.
Just refresh your page.
And then I can start shared chat.
Yes, please. And I
Working.
am starting my music.
Okay, but can, like, I don't know if there's an. Is there an add-on stuff right now? I'm extremely white.
Oh shit! Yeah.
Like I'm just white the whole
On
thing.
your left shoulder, I don't know where your top ends and where your shoulder starts.
I'm just...
That's really hard. Nice.
It's
How does it
worse than
feel?
the sun. The sun is like reflecting on this and just like,
Yes. I don't have that problem.
Okay,
Because I'm not wearing anything white. Let's see. I don't remember how far we got.
I finished the what's it called?
Oh, that's
Tournament.
right. We just ended the Queen's Blood thing.
Yes.
The championship match was pretty intense.
All right. Then
Hi,
I'll
Max.
just move along here. Hello, man.
Dax first. Hello, Dax.
And hi to you too.
Probably should just like throw something on top so I'm not so white.
You don't like being white?
I mean, it's fine. It's just like I would like to look like I'm wearing clothes, you know?
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, that's all up to you.
Let me see what I have around.
Ooh, cutscene.
Attention all passengers. We have an emergency on board. Return to your cabins and remain there for the duration. Military personnel are to report to the deck immediately.
Military.
Yeah, I've got a cat cardigan on.
Wait, that's white as well.
It is, but there's this blue here. It's not just
Yeah.
white.
There's an
I'll-
outline.
Yeah, also it's on my arms and stuff, so... It is not 9-6. You're at the wrong stream. It's 9-6 in a Nevis stream.
We have an emergency on board.
Yeah, but it
Talking
says 6-9 on my PC, actually.
Oh my god. Talking about getting kids to watch Katie stream the next day, she's sounding 6-9. Oh, Shama.
Oh.
Oh my god, a man in uniform.
Oh, my food should be right there.
These stairs will get you there.
Okay.
And remain there. Military personnel
Oh.
are to report to the deck immediately.
They're probably gonna call any minute.
Okay.
Yeah, I
I'm
want
just
my food.
exploring.
Are we in danger here?
I don't know, are you?
Military personnel, report to the deck.
I don't like
Party selection locked? No.
Everyone partner up, I guess? Oh my god.
Yes.
Find your exit, buddy.
Can they just call me with my food, please?
Oh
Or
my, all the doors are locked. Why?
oh,
We're gonna be okay, right? Please tell me we're gonna be okay.
it's on. Hey, yeah.
The captain's waiting for you on the deck.
Hi, apparently a door that's open.
Oh, there you
No!
are. Over here.
No!
The whole ship is crawling with thieves. They're everywhere. Please, you have to help.
How is everyone today? Happy Monday.
I'll
Did you
run up
guys
the track,
enjoy
but
the
there's a lot
cat
of ground to cover. You, give me a hand.
cameo for 2 seconds?
Lead the way.
Thanks. Follow me.
Come on.
No! The open door? Fuck.
Hello.
Hello.
Did my music stop? Because I got a call. Yep.
Oh my god, are they linked? Oh, you know what? I should make sure that this is not.
And now I can't play it. Now I gotta unlink my phone from my headset. I don't know why that is a thing.
Was it connect, like, do you Bluetooth to your phone sometimes? I wish I could, like, connect to my phone and
Oh,
then,
I'm
like,
fighting.
turn it. I just woke up to Discord going live notification. Let's go as planned.
Oh, yeah?
Been awake for the last 4 hours after sleeping for 2. Damn, son. I woke up at 5 yesterday. For
That's
no
early.
reason. It is. You're dodging all my attacks. Okay, here we go.
I had forgotten all about the alarms I usually have for Mondays, so I woke up at just before 6 today.
No. Unfortunate.
Yeah.
Don't overdo it. Farewell.
Need a lightning attack. Don't kill it. Hi, Lazy. Welcome in.
Hello. I have lightning on my weapon now.
Oh my god.
Go for it.
It is quite nice.
Oh, this one's new too. But I have to.
Can you take over
I
for
got
me?
this. Too bad.
Deafening screech. Cannot be pressured.
Keep it together. Take over.
Why don't you
Just
lead
keep
the
going.
way?
Oh, there's more of that.
Deal with that. Keep it
Um,
together.
I'll take care of them.
There we go.
You jittery?
Wait. I missed! Fuck. Oh fuck, oh fuck, oh fuck. Get me out of here.
Cutscene, that means I can probably open the food.
Hell yeah, what'd you get for food?
Burger King.
Oh my god.
Need some comfort food for my headache.
Understandable. Okay, did it. Sweet.
My turn.
Corpix wanted to tell you hi to you too. She's busy to come and stream. Oh, well, thank you for spreading the message. Tell her I say hi back. Hope she is well. Ah! I'm getting blown up. There's a bird mic. When did you go to sleep? Because you had a late night second. I saw you listening to Lady Gaga Just Dance. I went to bed at like
Never again.
9:30. So maybe my Spotify was on all night. I'm not too sure.
You're as good as dead.
I haven't been watching chat.
Yeah, no, help me out here, dog.
Late night snack.
Bitch.
Lady Gaga Just Dance.
Yeah, I ate too much. I need to stop eating chocolate near bedtime because it's been giving me heartburn. Yeah, I leave my PC on all the time.
We can
Thank
handle
you.
this.
Thank you. Hmm.
We're just gonna leave Aerith in red to fight. Okay. Good luck.
Yeah, we can watch Eric fight a bit while I eat.
There you go. Oh no, we're ruining the lounge. Oh my god, we're criminals. But I wish, like, Bluetooth, I wish you could, like, turn it on and then not, like, connect it to that device until you tell it to again.
Mm-hmm.
The PC's getting so much rest, guys. It's fine.
They got below deck.
It started, like, my PC started fucking up a lot more when I was turning it on and off a lot. So you just never turn it off. It fucks up less.
Well, no,
Yes.
well, you want to turn it off to update it, right?
No, it updates in the off hours. If that makes sense. So like I have it set where it's gonna update when I'm not using it, and then it'll restart itself. Right? So.
Ah, okay.
And
I just don't
don't-
update.
I'll update when it's necessary to update. Like it won't just do like the preview or whatever the fuck. It'll wait until it's like needed to be pushed. X to doubt. Yeah, okay. They're doubting me.
Everywhere.
Weapon ability mastered. Nice.
Oh shit, I forgot.
Oh no. He said
I think I need to.
something about
It's the disorder thing.
Let me check.
I think you got it last time because I didn't do anything of it.
Wait
You told
a
me
minute.
it was really easy to get. Oh yeah, I'm sleeping it all the time. The PC.
Sleepy issue. I mean, it goes to sleep after not being used, or if there's nothing running. But I will run streams all night.
Oh, new enemy. Assess
Oh no,
time.
I did do it.
getting more.
Okay, I'm actually too
power
warm.
and took off.
I love Rory. They have such an interesting voice. I'm not naked. I'm not naked. I can't believe this. These doors don't open now, do they? Watch, I didn't check them and they actually open. I'm so too weak of a Final Fantasy fan. It's my fault.
Pressured, and now please just stagger it. Yes, there we go.
Fusion right in front of my very eyes.
Allow me.
Damn.
Just the way we like it.
Ah. So I didn't see anything on sale on this. There's a small Steam. There's like a next thing sale for Steam, and then but I think the 26th is when the summer sale is.
Where the big discounts come out.
Yeah.
Nice.
Ah. I play polymerization. Oh god, no. You know what? I'm gonna thrust you. Just get this over with. Unless I could limit. Oh, I'm not gonna have that in time.
Those guys aren't being.
I did thrusted. Did you see that the cast of Hamilton did a reprise on at the Tony Awards?
No.
Yeah, they did a reprise. They did like a mashup of all their songs. It looked pretty good. They sounded really good.
I haven't heard many of the songs. I think I've heard like 2.
Wait, you haven't seen Hamilton? I guess it doesn't hit as good for you. Because it's not like your
I have not.
history. But it is a good story.
Yep.
It is a good story.
Who was he?
He was, it's an okay story? Wow. Wow. There's love. There's drama. He cheats on his wife. And then it ends in a dramatic way.
So, what should we do?
Crazy.
Just stands around singing Alexander Hamilton.
Hi,
Alexander
KJ.
Hamilton.
Yes. So it's a colonial political play. What is this emote? Oh my god, the Drookie. Shut up, Candy, going wow, because someone has a different opinion than you. It's a good play. It's good. I listen to some of the songs regularly.
Come on.
But was this an actual person or is it just a made-up story?
He is an actual person.
Okay.
He's known for his writing. Can't wait to play Final Fantasy VII on my Xbox finally. Yeah, you get the first game. That's it. First game only. You have to wait for the next one. Can finally sell my PS5. Let's go. You can play 16. Okay, they're all locked, by the way. They're still locked doors. Unfortunate. Oh no, he's dead.
Those men, they fuse with those things.
Hey, anyone in here?
No Kingdom Hearts news from any of the showcases.
Nah, I know.
No new Final Fantasy news, except we don't talk about tactics.
Yeah, I don't want that.
Like, I generally don't need a PS5 unless I fancy playing Spider-Man again. Fair enough. You could play that on PC anyways. Are they making another Spider-Man game? They really haven't talked about it, right? Wait.
I don't know.
I need to assess you.
Aren't they working on a Wolverine game? Insomniac games, I mean?
Oh, maybe. Maybe I do need the cardigan. Maybe I lied to myself.
Food was good.
I'm glad.
Wait, so you can't decide if it's warm or cold?
I just sneezed a ton, so I'm assuming that I'm cold.
Oh.
Alright. Thrust. I fucking missed. Thrust again. Ah! Screaming me. My ears. Thrust. Let's go. I got an ether onion? What the fuck is an ether onion?
Can you eat it?
Maybe.
Ooh,
Oh
weapon
my
chest.
God. The fuck?
Did you get the weapon chest?
No.
It's a new weapon for Tifa.
Oh my God.
It's the Kaiser Knuckles.
I'm sad that 16 is available, but now I have to wait for 7. Oh, 7-2. Hopefully it'll roll out fast, honestly. It should. Ooh, there's another slot. What do I need to level up?
So many dead people here.
Warding materia. That's what I need to level up. Oh, there's a
I'm so
fortification.
sorry.
No, you're good. Do you think? Sure. But yeah, because it came to PC kind of fast. I wasn't expecting it to be so soon.
Was it like a year?
Maybe. Well, it was January that it happened, right? So didn't it come out in the
Yeah.
summer? Or no?
I don't know if it was summer or just before that.
But it was that the year before, right?
Yeah.
I don't think it was quite a year, which is not usual. Usually it's like a year. But now that they're not going to be exclusive, we should be seeing them come out at the same time, right? Oh, I like the instrumentation in that. I also wonder how many more games they will port over. Are they only going to do the new ones, or are they going to bring some of the old ones out to Xbox too? What do you think? Like all the games that they have on Steam? Well, not all the games, but
I have no idea.
I guess all
It's
the ones that are on
certainly a
PlayStation.
possibility.
PlayStation, the newest PlayStation, I guess. Goodness. Oh, I should be playing as Tifa. Never mind.
Oh, you're right. I kind of forgot.
Don't overdo it.
Okay, let's go. Keep it up.
Oh, let's see. I still have more food to eat.
Ooh, what do you got? What else you got?
I mean, there was some fries with this, so...
We have a couple of Final Fantasy games, but it's mainly the classic ones, like the beginning ones. 1 through
6,
okay.
I believe. That's like the classic pixel ones.
Got it. I like all the baby little steps.
The fiends were headed for the engine.
X2
Okay.
8 remastered 15. Oh yeah.
Thank you,
15
Max. 10 and 10 too. Bangers. If there's one game you need to play, it's 10-2. Because you have the
Hell yeah.
creature arena. It was my
Hell
favorite
yeah.
part of that game.
I know. I'm aware. I'm aware.
It was such a good time.
Those men.
Crisis score? Okay. That's a decent amount already then.
Be ready for anything, okay?
Copy.
I found Barrett.
Oh, hey! Been busting my ass trying to keep these guys alive. They won't fight back.
Stand aside, now! Those rogue men have been merging with
Xbox
the
actually
Fiends.
coming for
Becoming
PlayStation exclusives is
monstrosities
great. It's such a
killing us
good time to be an Xbox gamer. It's I hate exclusivity, I really do.
all. Not on my
Same.
Hey, take it easy.
Yes, Final Fantasy Green Day Band Tour Simulators, Final Fantasy 15, correct.
Don't shoot! I'm not one of them, I swear!
And it's awesome.
Holy shit!
I had to. For the sake of my passengers and crew.
Guys, look at the dead guys!
Fun.
Is that? Keep it away from me!
What, KJ, what's the Persona thing? Is that a new game or is that a remaster thing or... Might stop buying PlayStations. I might stop on PlayStation. Fair enough. Honestly, if you could stand to wait,
Very depths of your soul.
I would. Persona 4 remake? Okay.
That you
Didn't
can become those
I feel like they just had a Persona 4 remake.
you fear.
Or is did they just have a Persona 4?
And they call her Genova.
Persona 3 remake? But what's the latest Persona? Is it a Persona 5? I swear.
I think so, yeah.
The remake speed seems a little ridiculous.
All set!
Can I hit it? Okay, I can hit it. I'm down here, but I'm hitting it apparently.
Go in it!
Reading up Persona 5 Gotcha? Oh my god. Oh, poison gas! Fuck! I'm silenced. It's fine. So, apparently OG Persona 4 was made the same assets as Persona 3? Basically doing the same thing for the remakes. I see. Fuck, I keep doing the wrong thing.
Oh, this thing is nasty.
It definitely does not look very nice. Got a lot of fleshy pockets that aren't really fun. Oh, I did it. Okay. Tifa's learnt. Detroit Become Human and that other story horror game, that Snowy Cabin, were the only games that maybe wish I had a PlayStation. Until Dawn, yeah, until Dawn. There's also another. There's a second game for Until Dawn that came out recently-ish. What is it called? she ate me. Alright, well. Got Until Dawn and Dying Light, except for some reason. Dying Light is a zombie game. Cannot play it again? Yeah, that's fair. I mean, you can make different decisions, but it's hard to, like, put the time commitment into doing all that. For some reason, New Game Plus seems easier. I don't know.
Let's finish this. Yeah, bring it. Come on.
I wanted to get the remake, but ended up not because I heard bad things. Remake for... What?
I haven't played a single Dying Light game, but I saw...
I think 2 is fun.
Was there a new one? The Beast or something?
Yeah, there is a new one.
How many times I gotta shoot you?
Oh my god, tentacles everywhere, y'all.
They're everywhere.
Oh, I'm telling you, Tifa.
Don't panic. We can kill it.
Hey,
Fun.
bring it.
How many times I gotta do the same song and dance? Ain't no thing.
Oh god. Where's the last tentacle?
Let me handle this.
Not looking good.
There we go. It's down.
Let's go. Good job, number.
Yo!
Yeah,
Did it.
yeah. Tifa
These
is in
fries are
danger?
the blandest I've ever had.
Aw, I'm sorry to hear that. I'm not a huge fan of Burger King fries. I think they're cut a little bit thicker, aren't they?
I think it's pretty thin.
Oh. Okay, maybe y'all's fries is different.
It doesn't help that they're cold now as well.
True. Tifa's life is in danger. Everyone's life is in danger except for this bitch. Oh my god. Oh, they both fell unconscious. Well. Let's get Cloud up first.
Got some fight, Lizzie.
Oh my god. Oh, actually, I can just use my items. I don't need to wait. I forgot about him. I have his thingy on where he can just... Oh no, he can't just... Oh, well, that was...
Oh, new chapter.
Keep it up.
Noise. He was in danger if there's tentacles. I would like to know why you say that. Seeing Cloud speak English is really weird to me. Do you play Final Fantasy in Japanese? BK fries are thick and salty. Yeah, so I don't know what fries you got, Neva, but that ain't American BK.
I got proper
A rock.
Burger King fries that's thin, slightly salty, bland as fuck, and cold.
Unfortunate.
Fast food fries, like from like bigger chains, I usually don't like.
Mm-hmm.
But when it's from like a smaller place, like a hole in the wall kind of thing, it's usually so much better.
This is your captain speaking.
That's probably because they like actually make the fries fresh
Has been resolved.
instead of
All passengers are welcome
just letting them sit in there forever.
as they please.
Or when I make them myself, they're pretty good.
At Costa del Sol in the morning.
I believe that.
On behalf of the entire Shinra
I believe in you. No, but Cloud was Japanese
Last
in
time
Smash.
I made fries, I had none of them.
ready for fun in the sun.
Yeah, I mean, They're Japanese games, so they definitely prefer if their character was speaking Japanese. I'm
I've
waiting
heard
for
Cloud
Max.
speaking English since Kingdom Hearts.
True. I'm waiting for Max to say something about this cover.
I agree with Max.
Oh my god. McDonald's fries, like, if you drop one in your car and like find it later, it looks the exact same.
Yeah.
The ukuleles aren't making any noise.
They're
Everything's
not
so
playing it,
quiet.
they're faking it.
Everything's so quiet. Bikini time, y'all. Throws phone.
I mean, we do get some outfits.
Thank
We just arrived and already.
I figured you would hate it.
Come on, let's get out of here.
Should probably wait for them.
Right.
It's not awful.
So a little sightseeing couldn't hurt, could it? I mean, come on, we're in Costa del Sol, people. Costa, Bell.
Oh fuck! I I accidentally put my controller down in my lap,
So we could find
and it
some
was
cheap
holding
cars.
the speed up button, and Aerith was talking, and it was all sped up.
Nice. All right, welcome to Costa del Sol.
Woo!
Welcome to Costa del Sol. I'm Capono, the mayor here. Go on.
Here you are. Perfect.
A gift to get you in the mood.
Welcome. Thanks.
After all, there's nothing like a good
Welcome.
lay to kickstart your getaway. That
Oh, I
color
could have
really
done
brings out
a
your
Tifa cosplay if I just put a black tank top underneath this. I would have looked
Oh, you
like
could've.
Tifa from the top up.
You could have.
How are you already on that thing? How are you already on that? My
I
going
saw
live.
one and I wanted it.
My going live gift is Cloud on one of those. I didn't know we would hit that
Really?
today. Yeah, but
Oh yeah, that's perfect.
Hey, you see that?
No, this is the place for these.
Then we can go.
You better not be suggesting we all hit the beach. Hey, I saw that. Don't go thinking I didn't. You two
Oh, there's a
said
shop
with your
here.
eyes.
Combat simulator has been opened. Tourist information. Turn around first.
Maybe they're onto something. No way they get sunburned. Those roads.
I can't wait to go out.
A new summon entity is available in the combat simulator.
Yeah, do you want to try to fight it full power?
No.
Ah, same.
Do I need to talk to you guys? No? Good. Damn, son. You're looking pretty muscular. Shit. Alright, carry on.
Search for a hotel.
Smell that? Love, it's in the air.
Don't know what to play. Candy, do you have any suggestions for KJ?
What are the options? You don't
I
know
can play
where?
an old Pokemon.
Overwatch.
Like X, Y. Overwatch?
Yeah, Overwatch. This thing moves fast. Oh. Looks like you want to talk to me.
Hang loose. Our
I put on this song. This, the lays.
For the inconvenience. Hang loose. Our copter is currently undergoing maintenance. We apologize for the inconvenience.
This is the perfect
Oh my
song
god,
to
my
explore.
rookie license.
Whoop! Whoop! Doing donies on the helicopter pad. Whoop!
Oh, quest board. No odd jobs. Aw.
Hell yeah. It's so much faster to go on this thing.
Oh, it is.
There's nothing over here.
Queen's Blood vendor. I can buy another booster pack.
What's a game you need to finish, KJ?
Oh, Sly 2.
I don't think KJ plays Sly Cooper. I'm about to
What?
look up Persona. Nah, I don't think he's the kind to play
I don't know
Sly
what kind
Cooper.
of games you want to play.
Thanks for stopping by.
What's this? Thank you for the song request.
Oh, there's a piano here.
This place is insane.
Oh, I can't play it?
Damn. I don't want to play Persona. The demons in you want you to play Persona.
Then don't play Persona. There's something else.
I'm trying to think of what you had.
But what genre of games are we, like, talking about?
Certainly he needs an RPG right now. Oh, I can't.
Was I supposed to, like, talk to and react with a response? Because I looked away.
I want to play Persona 3 for the femme main character, but I don't want to play Persona. I'm trying to think. I need options. I'm really bad at like coming up with ideas because I'm. Oh my god, I'm dumb. Oh shit. I'm in a floaty.
Oh, books.
Wait, what is this?
Just parking this vehicle inside a store.
Choose our Persona 3 Portable, Metaphor, Fantasia, or Expedition 33, of course! Expedition 33. Yeah. That's what you play. 100%.
Clear obscure, please.
We're still getting set up. Please, come back later.
What the fuck? You're closed? Ridiculous. Alright, let me just go talk to the fucking... the thing. Excuse me. Beep beep. I'm glad they put it back up for me.
Hang loose. Today's your lucky day.
There's a surefire way to make seeing the sights even more magical by taking them in on a state-of-the-art wheelie. If you're interested, we're doing a special promotion. What do you say? Just hop on one of these babies and ride around town at your leisure. That's it. No strings attached. You can even win fabulous prizes, depending on how
how far do we have to travel?
How about it, friend? Interested in taking a
4,000?
Oh, okay.
It's not that bad.
Now that's what I like to
RPG?
hear.
Well,
Just like that, you're
Final
registered
Fantasy.
and ready to get rolling.
If you want to go
Let's see what the
JRPG.
odometer says.
Final Fantasy 7 Rebirth?
Congratulations! You've earned yourself a veteran license.
He can't play that one
Been enjoying your
unless he buys it
time
on
at
PC.
Wheelie.
Yeah.
That's the look
Which
of
is
one
possible.
satisfied customer. And this prize is sure to lift your spirits.
Mario
even
Kart
more.
World?
He doesn't have
If
a
you
Switch 2 either.
by any chance have a Switch
Oh
2?
my god.
Wanna know what coasted?
The original Pokemon Snap on the like retro old console.
You should steer clear of that place and its new owner.
Thank you for the song request.
Nah, I had to cancel my pre-order for the Switch 2.
Wait, what do you mean?
I canceled the pre-order because it was so delayed.
Really? And then
So
you just
during
got it?
work hours at on Thursday, I went to the store and when I saw they had like 3 in stock left, and I got lucky. I got the very last one.
Oh my god, that's crazy.
Yeah, and then it was just back, heading back to work afterwards.
Hey Cloud, want some ice cream?
I had my lunch break to just go buy it.
Just admit it. You're obviously
The guy that was
by my
behind me
reputation.
in line, he was so disappointed. I felt kind of bad.
Yeah, obviously.
Wait, you are?
Like you could
Oh,
see his entire like demeanor just
Don't forget that I'm more than just a pretty face. Are you sure you don't want me on your team?
I didn't know what to say to you, Viet. I think I creeped her out.
Yeah, I didn't say anything because I didn't see the prompts. I was just looking at your stream.
No.
I looked back and it's like,
Oops. Where is the... Oh, the card... I always miss the card shop.
Oh yeah, it's down.
Gotta
at
go
the
back.
pier.
Tour Costa del Sol in style with our wheelie. Beat the heat with this magical treat.
Wait, did I pass it again?
These amazing treats
Maybe.
Oh, it's down... Oh, yeah, it's down here.
Oh yeah, it's down there. Ooh.
Welcome. Thanks for stopping by.
Cloud macking on babes in Hawaii, crushing on a Segway. Yeah, he's having a great time.
Yeah. Okay, no expedition. What do you
Damn.
feel about Sudoku?
Yeah, that means... I don't know what Metaphor Fantasio is.
It's very similar to Persona. I think it's like a spiritual successor.
Let's see.
Okay. Have you tried guessing today's game on CoverQuest? It's like a very blurred, pixelated image that gets clearer with each guess you make, and you can. It's just something real quick, but it's fun to, you know.
What about the Wordle?
Challenge oneself. Yeah, it's like Wordle, but video game covers. But yeah, Wordle's also good.
No, but do you see what I'm
Or
doing?
connections. Oh. You're not gaining a lot by going back and forth like that.
I'm gaining so much, what do you mean?
Okay, just if you turn around now and just go straight for a little
No, I'm gaining so much. I'm
bit.
farming.
It takes so much longer doing it the way you're doing.
Oh,
And
sure.
also, we have to drive these a lot later on.
No.
I'm terribly sorry, but we're all booked up for the evening.
You don't know what I'm talking about? That's fine.
We look forward to seeing you again.
Well, you said you didn't want to do Persona, so I guess metaphor it is. I guess I didn't go back here yet.
So many restaurants to choose from. Okay. Move it.
You know, Elvis cheated on his wife a bajillion times.
What?
Oh yeah, he cheated on his wife a bajillion times. Because he just loves his fans so much.
Oh no.
Yeah. He really loves his fans. It's too late? Oh
Yes.
no. Persona it is.
Sorry.
Bless you. Baby.
Thank you.
How do I get to the beach? Let's go to the beach, let's go get away. They say what they gonna say. Have a drink, clink down the Bud Light
Thank
bed.
you, Max.
Oh! Change into my beachwear first. How do I change to my beachwear?
I don't remember, but there's a chance you can't do it right now.
Oh my god, I'm so sad. Okay, I don't know where to go actually. I don't know what this destination is. Let's see. Love yous.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe this way?
Oh.
But damn it.
Oh my god.
What? I guess I could go to the Chocobo spot. I didn't go there yet. Oh, fine. Oh, gosh. Search for a hotel. Search for a hotel. Yada, yada, yada. Oh, this is a bar. That ukulele is playing.
Oh yeah,
Wait.
I got to the point now where it's
Wait.
like, hey, looking like that, you won't get to the beach, so I get to pick my outfit.
Ooh. I can't navigate this map. To back in the hotel to get up there. Should have cheated off Nevermore.
Welcome to the Royal Coast. Please enjoy your stay.
We look forward to seeing you again.
There's a Walmart. Get your Walmart. Mr. Hotel. John Hotel, where are you?
Sean?
Excuse me.
Oh, Johnny?
I'm very sorry, but we're still getting set up.
Everything is closed. This is such a snooze fest.
Yes.
For me, vacation is falling asleep.
Excuse me.
Hang loose. Looking to fit
middle with some foliage.
Oh, this is gonna be a pain.
Why? What?
Ah, nah, you'll see.
Good.
Come on to the best. Welcome. You won't find a finer selection of items in Costa del Sol.
Do you like getting 3 stars in
Hell
minigames?
yeah. Hell yeah.
Word of advice: steer clear of that seedy shop in the back streets. If you're looking for
CD shop in the back streets.
quality goods, that is.
Where is that CD shop in the back streets?
Do they have a cute one that'll go with my swim?
Hang loose. How can I help you? You take care of yourself out there.
Back streets. Where are
Oh,
the
it's
back
going to be
streets?
such a pain. But we can learn time materia or get the shit.
Hell yeah.
With some accessories?
Sure.
Wish me luck.
Are there gonna be musical boys? No, Backstreets? I hope so. I've almost hit my 4,000.
Our items go great with Hey, how about an orb or two?
From the newest styles to vintage pieces.
Hey there, welcome. You in the market for materia?
Ooh, I don't have this. Thanks. Good.
So, what'd you think of our selection?
That was great.
Check out the best locally made accessories right here.
Starships.
Can already say I don't like this.
Oh, I see you're a customer of discerning taste. Most boardwalk folks have style, but if it's substance you want, quality you crave, my shop is tops. Enjoying your stay in paradise?
Sorry, but we're still
Oh my god, everything's closed. Okay, there's somewhere I haven't been, but I swear I've been everywhere. I guess I haven't been here. Is that where I'm supposed to go? Let's try it. GGG.
Ah, damn, I'm so far off getting the score I need.
You stumble into the wrong place or what?
Thank you for the song request. Right here.
Tougher to make it out alive.
Oh, I can't go there yet. God damn it, where do I go? Well,
I'd love to take
go get my reward, I guess.
Oh, I wasn't that far off actually.
Noise, noise.
Gotta try again.
Hang loose. Let's see what the odometer says, shall we? Wow, congratulations! You, my friend, have been... This prize is reserved for those who have once again. Congratulations! May you keep rolling safely and smoothly.
Oh, maybe I have to talk to you.
Hang loose. Want to know what coasted?
Oh, there we go. Yeah, I'm supposed to talk to you.
Well, we have plenty of options. You can't go wrong with either the Royal Coast or Costa del Sol Resort. Unfortunately, according to my records, every hotel is booked solid today. Unless there's a cancellation, it'll be hard to find a room. Our beach is host to a number, but chilling with a cocktail. You'll find a bevy if you plan to spend the day shopping. Bar del Sol is a hotspot that not only do they serve the best seafood around,
U.S. Marine Band Armed Forces Melody Air Force song. You are so silly. Oh, I found it. Yay. Okay.
I'm doing worse than before, damn it.
From the 4th of July mood, Bite Me. Do you know I had to learn every single one of those songs?
We're only accepting customers with prior reservations today.
And I think
we hope to see
some
you
of
again
them...
soon.
Oh my god, her lay is fucking up. Look at her lay. Oh, both of them! Their lays aren't staying on. They're trying to fly away. Some of those songs also are mostly percussion only.
Tifa! Cloud, my bro! Tifa!
I think our band teacher decided to start doing that
Johnny?
while I was in band.
Hey guys! Looking good!
Same to you. So, what are you doing here?
Oh my god!
Building my legend. Being the owner of a bona fide hotel. Though not exactly a luxury one.
What a coincidence. We were just looking for a place to stay. Do you have any rooms?
Do I have rooms? I got rooms for days. Enough rooms to make your head spin.
I was part of his
That's
dreams.
what happens when you have no guests.
I don't know about this.
Don't need to be shy. We go way back, right?
His chin? How long do you think it takes him to shave his chin hair like that?
All right, let's get you
Or you think it grows naturally like that?
Now?
He probably has to shave a lot. Every day, a little bit.
Every day? Hmm.
Make sure you stick close. Can't have my guests getting lost.
Like fresh fierce, we got it unlocked.
But all things considered, it's looking pretty sweet.
No, damn it. Yes, no, damn it.
Now that's a story. I was cursed with the unholy trinity. No
Oh,
child,
okay,
no
that's
man,
where it
and
is.
worst of all, no girl. I was a nobody with nothing, walking garbage. But
Did it.
Capono believed
Let's
me.
go!
Said
3
I was
stars.
destined to make
That was
something of myself.
intense
So
and
he
I
horrible.
can't wait to do it.
for cheap. How cheap?
Oh shit, I got one of those
Market
dumb
prices.
thingies.
The
What?
dude even loaned me the money for it. There's no kinder man
You know,
in
selling
all
bots and all.
Oh yes, yes I've been them.
Behold my pride and joy.
Yeah.
Johnny's Seaside Inn.
Can the rest of the game just be the beach episode? I think it's definitely gonna be... At least the stream today will be the beach episode.
It's,
Yeah, pretty much.
We still need to go to the Golden Saucer, Max.
I know, right?
Maybe my eyes are failing me.
Oh, that's
I
right.
don't see no seaside.
It's not about the sights, but the smells.
Yes, the casino. Gambling.
Ah, how that fresh salt air tickles the nose. Well, come on in.
It is not like the Chicago Bean. Yes, casino. California girls.
I'm looking forward to the Chocobo racing.
Indeed. I don't know which one's my favorite. Which of the Armed Forces songs is my favorite? This one is, this has a good cadence, good march. It's very like that.
Okay, let's get everyone checked in. Tifa, you'll be staying in room 101.
Okay.
Aerith, you're in room 103.
It's Queen's Blood time, yes!
You can all bunk together in 103.
the price?
Already? Holy shit!
Of charging you. Besides, I gotta run. The mayor requires my assistance at this time.
What are you doing with the mayor?
Not like
Is
there's
Johnny
anyone else
sleeping
here
with the
anyway.
mayor?
Oh, you guys better not head to the beach looking like that.
Maybe.
And don't even think of bringing those weapons with you. Oh,
Like all songs,
fate is
progression
so
carries.
cruel, depriving
In
me
the
of
Armed
everything
Forces
I
songs, they
enjoy.
all have...
Time for that shower? Yeah.
I think one song was just fucking rolls the whole time.
Soon enough. No need to stick to a schedule here. Right?
Right.
You win.
Oh, these are card puzzles.
Hard
It's not the
puzzle?
regular Queen's Blood.
Oh.
Yeah.
Interesting.
It's like it gives you a problem and you have to solve it with the cards you have.
Still looking good.
Gotcha. I don't know.
Back in a bit.
Hopefully it'll be good.
Yeah, they don't seem too hard.
Where the fuck is my
Maybe.
Speedo?
Hold down the fort till I get back.
I'm asking my sword to hold down the fort. Oh, okay. I thought I was gonna put the lay on my sword. Where do I change? Or do I have to go down to the beach to change?
Come on. Why you gotta do me like that, Shower?
Air Force lyrics? What are the Air Force lyrics?
This looks like it'll collapse if I try to sit on it. Much less sleep.
What's a stand-up guy like you staying at a dump like this for? I can show you somewhere way better. Place is a sty, right?
We live in fame or go down in flame. Nothing stopped the U.S. Air Force. Shit. That's hardcore.
In a mess like that, you know.
Pretty fucking dark.
Hey, how about an orb or two?
This orb has such a gorgeous
Hang loose! Don't tell me you're alone.
Shit.
The beach is for partying, and one's not a party. It's a pity. But you don't have to be lonely any longer.
Oh my god, we're getting picked up.
People together, solo suntanners like you, with a special event. One we guarantee will spice up your social life. Find love at Costa del Amor.
Beautiful.
So, will you be joining us or what?
I'll pass.
Aww.
Got plans with those guys. Later.
So they're friends of yours? Then can you do us a solid? Those robed people are a little different, right? And they've kind of been creeping the other guests out.
Her name is definitely Holly or Sunflower or some shit. Wow.
So if you could get
Which
them out of
one?
here, we'd be so grateful.
Damn. They're like no homeless people.
On the beach looking like that. This is Costa del Sol. You gotta loosen up. Let it all out. And to help you with that, here's lucky ticket number 7. Take it. With that, you can play Pirates Rampage and Card Carnival, but not all by your lonesome. Your number's the same as someone else's. Find them, and you've got yourself a team. Work together, master the games, and you'll earn companion cards. You can turn those in for beachwear. And once you're dressed to impress, you'll finally be ready to hit the beach. Right? So start
The red hair
celebrating
one
the fun
is
begins.
Holly or Sunflower.
Best of luck finding that special someone. Hang loose!
Do I get to pick who my number 7 is? Probably which companion I talk to?
No, I don't think so.
Okay.
From the newest styles to vintage pieces, we've got
Got a real good selection today.
Want to exchange companion cards for beachwear? You'll need to participate.
Oh my
You just gotta
god.
beat the event's games with a partner.
Jeez, this is actually... I take it back that it was easy.
I love the dystopian shit. Here you go, mercenary. Can you take up the homeless guy wrecking the vibe? Yeah. Hi, Merrick. Welcome in. How are you?
Hello.
This is the only 2 outfits? Unfortunate.
Come again.
All right. I did it. It wasn't that hard actually. I was blind.
Oh no. Why are you blind?
Because I can't see what I'm doing.
Costa del Amor. Don't know what it is.
Oh.
Yes.
What's happening here, so?
It's a special event for.
Oh shit.
Meeting
What are you up to
people.
today, Merrick?
Looks like you and me got paired up.
Wait.
Oh my god. I'm paired up with Barrett.
For the companion cards.
What do we have here?
Wait, hang on.
Gets right up my alley.
Whoa, hold on there. You use firearms for a living, don't you? Sorry, but I can't allow you to play this game. Amateurs
Damn!
only. That's our policy.
Oh, it is it? Why
Really
didn't you
lit
speak up
lunch?
sooner?
Ooh.
I don't see any signs either. This is false
What's for
advertising.
lunch?
You know that?
Barrett has been wearing the sailor suit since the ship.
Just don't embarrass us.
It's because he's black, isn't it? What the fuck?
Alright, man. Blast him in the next week.
He does look nice. Now you gotta play the Navy song, Max. Put the Navy song on.
I did it.
Hey, you need to focus now.
What,
Oh, you're
what's
doing the shooting thing?
Oh, don't look at me. Focus.
Is missing bad?
Good luck. I had to try it twice to get the top score. I had to go full focus.
Okay, I did not get a good score.
Yeah, there's 4 rounds.
Hell yeah. That's what I like to see.
What did you get on your first?
3,000 something.
Okay, so you're in the ballpark of making it.
Fuck.
If that's how you use that saying.
Hell yeah. That's what I like to see.
Oh, I missed that one. Fuck.
Woo! Bullseye, baby.
Oh, you hit the tiny one. Good.
Why do they keep saying? Oh, they're. Oh, fuck.
Hell yeah. That's what I like to see. Very nice. Beautiful
Oh,
shot.
fuck.
Keep steady breaths now. Keep calming.
Oh, fuck.
Hell yeah. That's what I like to see. Woo! Bullseye, baby. Very nice. Beautiful shot.
Oh, fuck. No! Oh, I think I did it. I had 50 over the target score.
How much did you?
Ma!
Oh, let's go. You got 200 less than me, but you did it first try, so that's insanely good.
Max only has 200 Wally scratches left. No, Max.
Well done, gentlemen.
How did you use all of them?
I guess on song request.
And the shouting.
Oh.
Max shows up to every stream. He's got a sub now, so he gets more channel points.
He's still out.
yeah. He follows for every raid.
Just drop the jaded act for a minute and take the
So many
Damn.
points gone.
promise I won't tell.
I'm gonna have to decrease the cost of some things.
I'm off to enjoy the beach. Don't leave me hanging too long here.
The inflation's taking all of his money. Okay, I did that one. Now I can do the other one. And then I can get my beachwear. I have a Korok seeds in the back pocket. Oh my god, please, no. Wait, what did I just pass? Oh, another. I passed the thing we need to. Is this way?
Wanna play Card Carnival? It's Queen's Blood with a twist.
Hello?
Hey there. What's up?
I am.
And now you found her. Just so you know, the rules are different for this event. Instead of the usual one-on-one format, we have to play in teams.
Oh, this is the queen. Oh, I found the Queen's Blood thing.
I'm sure this won't come as a shock, but I didn't sign up to lose. With you on my team, though, I doubt I'll have anything to worry about. Between the two of us, there's no one better.
I'm also sitting on 109k, just waiting for the right time. Damn. All these whales. All these, Scritches whales. Sitting on all their Scritches.
I've got 84,000 Scritches.
Damn! Let me see how many channel points I have of you, Neva. I've got 102k.
Nice.
I think that's pretty impressive.
I don't really have many things to redeem that are fun. And also, I only stream when we are streaming now, right?
Right.
At the same time.
Okay, so I'm trying to win, right? So...
Yes. I kind of like this, like a tiny puzzle.
Yikes. Just yikes.
Oh shit, I did it wrong. I already did it wrong. I understand now.
I got the scream, damn it.
This is the new Avril song? This isn't Avril at all. This is Izzy SO. But the new Avril song is good. This is my Discover Weekly. It does sound like her though. Okay, alright, that is the right move. And then both of them give the same thing. I'm still gonna lose though if I do it that way. Okay, no, I gotta do it this way. Yeah. There we go, there we go.
Worse, that's for sure.
Hydrate? Sure, I'll hydrate. Oh, fuck. Let me go get my water. And this card thing takes a while, doesn't it?
A little bit.
Never locked in like a caged tiger.
Don't lose focus. You hear me?
Yes. I need to win. I don't know if this gives me enough points. It really did?
Okay. So
I
this
think I
one
have
goes
one
here.
or two left.
Still too early to tell.
If you win the lane, you receive a score bonus of 3.
Yeah. Switch 2 is a good investment.
Keep that up.
But not for now. There's not many games.
Oh, did I do this wrong?
I gotta drink up. Drink up what?
You know, that's not bad.
Switch 2.5? Yeah.
Fuck. Oh, I win! Let's go! Woo! I'm sure this is gonna be the hardest one.
Yeah, I won again. Hydrate or dihydrate?
Fair enough.
Where do I get dihydrate? I want to get up, but I'll do it. Oh, of course, of course.
That plays out.
Whoa! Unaffected tiles by 4.
Scream. Oh.
Okay, well that probably is gonna go there. Yeah, okay. Wait, so what does this do?
Okay, I think I'm done with all. Yeah, I don't have any more card puzzles for right now. I haven't unlocked more of the advanced ones.
Okay, no, I need this card there.
No, not that one.
What do you mean, no, not that one?
Oh my god, Cloud.
I'm hopeless.
You are
I'm
hopeless.
sorry.
Do you even know the rules?
What the fuck?
What?
She's so mean to me. She's telling me bad things.
But are you winning? Did you do it?
I didn't win. No, I lost. She was.
Then maybe there's something to what she's saying.
Means nothing.
Yeah, well, she doesn't have to say it like that, Nebba. So rude. Yeah,
It's
I probably,
so rude.
I'll get a Switch when there's something interesting.
Yeah, I had hoped Mario Kart would be better, but for me right now, that's meh.
Playing it pretty safe, I see.
Did she say bad things when I did this?
Huh. Didn't know you had it in you.
Okay, that was good. When I did this, it was wrong. Okay, take that
Could've been
lane.
worse, that's for sure.
Oh, yeah, that's the better move.
Didn't know you had it in you.
Okay. And then I take that lane, we're good.
Well, that's not bad.
Got it. Game Freak, did you see their new game? I think I saw a trailer. Neva is interested in the new,
Congratulations. You
the
two
new
sure know how to win in
Pokemans.
Come back whenever you like.
Thanks for being my partner.
Well,
Haven't had that much
yeah,
fun in a while.
both yeah and nah.
That's a funny way
It's
of
like-
asking for a favor.
I've never played much of the previous Pokemon Legends game.
I don't meet many people who can teach me much. Though I did
see.
I don't know.
Anyway, I'm sure
Haunch
we'll see each other
Crow,
around
get your
sometime.
Haunch Crow.
Good luck.
Oh my, shot you down. We also offer one-on-one matches though, so don't worry about it.
Speech word time.
Wait, is there harder puzzles?
I hope you have a great.
Yep. There are more puzzles.
Oh, goodness.
More than just 3. I did all of them. I think it's 7 in
That
total.
makes more sense. Can I post the game, please? It's not a Pokemon game? Sure. Hi, Wolf. How are you? Come in.
Not a Pokemon game. Okay. Is it Digimon? Nah, I'm joking.
I need that to open up.
Hello,
somehow.
Wolf.
What's this one do? Only just woken up. Oh my god, late sleeper today.
Oh, is it
Max got the
Souls-like?
haunch bro. Oh, also, I just learned that VIPs can post links. Even if you have like links banned, VIPs can post links.
Damn.
As a phrase, this card's powered by what? Is this gonna destroy it? What happens? So it just what does this one do? I'm so confused. Well, I need level 3. Oh, okay. But I can't play that. Or can I? Okay, alright, it did make it 3. Okay, there we go. Okay. I understand a little bit. Okay, no. I didn't understand. Fuck. Can do... Yeah, I know, I trust you. I'm just saying, like, you asked if you could post it, but, like... Like, VIPs don't need to ask permission, is what I'm saying. They don't need to ask permission.
Damn. But yeah, subpar Pokemon games. And then they make something that looks that good. Yeah.
Do that. Okay, I understand now. I understand now, I think.
Nice.
I can play that one. And then I can sacrifice this one again. Okay, alright, we're good.
And there you go, victory.
The worst mainline Pokemon game?
Scarlet Violet.
Yeah, it wasn't the best, was it?
Nah, it was really awful.
Alright, what do we got here? Raise the cards power by 2. Okay, what do I want to lower here? I think I need to be in the center, maybe.
Oh my god, I'm going on a date with Aerith as Tifa?
Hell yeah. These are my cards.
It's easier. Like, what made me not like Scarlet Violet? Was there a thing that made me like it? Nah, not really. I guess it's big and open world, more style. They tried for a not so linear like story, but
I think I know what I have to do, but I did it wrong.
It was just so bad.
Hi, Palin. One sec. Okay, I'm listening. I'm listening, Palin. Alright. There. There.
Look like Jar Jar or talk like Jar Jar?
Wow.
Fuck.
Okay. I thought that's what I had to do, but it did not work out that way. The way I
Play
wanted it to.
basketball. Yeah. Hi, Corpeaks.
Hi, Corpix, welcome in. This is a tough cookie.
I believe in you. You got this. Lost Odyssey?
No, I have not played Lost Odyssey.
I don't even know what that is.
Rough.
Wait, you can get a new weapon for red by getting a 3-star rank here?
Guess we're gonna have to. It's a Xbox 360 RPG from some ex-Final Fantasy devs. I never played any Xbox games except for the only Xbox game I played was the SpongeBob game. Oh goodness, this is tough. I feel like this is the way I have to do these things.
Have you ever wanted to play Rocket League but Final Fantasy?
I can't say that I have.
Yeah.
Those are... God, this is tough! I'm doing the same thing that I did last time. And I know that's not the thing that I need to do.
Scored on myself, that's great.
Oh, I could have put it some... Actually, maybe that is the thing I need to do. I'm just doing the last move wrong. But I still wouldn't win that lane. Oh, unless I put it in that... I would tie, though, I think. God! Okay, let's try it again.
I'm messing up so bad.
-4, -3. would both be -4. But that one would also be destroyed. No. This is such a weird... Wait, you're playing soccer?
Yep. It's kind of Rocket League, but just animals.
Because if I look like Jar Jar, people would just deal with me looking like an alien. Talking like a doofus would be less than preferable. Fair enough. Yeah, this has to be how the zoos go, for sure. Okay, maybe that, and then like that. And then... What the fuck? What would I rather do? Probably look like, because that would interfere with my life less. Talking like Jar Jar Binks would be really hard to communicate with other people. I'll just become a VTuber, guys.
I don't know.
Or I guess maybe that would bring more people to my stream if I looked like Jar Jar Binks. What do we think? I don't think people would be so forgiving with looks. That is true. But I can't live my life. I can live my life without looking at people, but I can't live my life without talking to people. Some gardening? Goodness gracious. Okay, let's see here. This is gonna destroy something. Destroying that would be best. Destroying that again, I guess. And then... Okay, that is not it. That's not what we want to do. I think I know this. Destroy these. Maybe? And then steal that lane too. Okay, we're good. Get your Arbok. It's Cobra. Alright, I'm done. Okay, now I can go purchase my swimsuit. Even though it's not a Speedo. Much sad.
Okay, my camera froze.
Luma!
Hang loose.
Luma's not here.
Luma!
You can exchange them for outfits here.
Okay, where do I put them on though?
Ah, shit.
Oh, the changing booth. Okay.
Yeah.
I do know what it is. Okay, let's look at this one. I think we're gonna want the shirtless one though. He does look cool in the Ocean Chocobo though.
He does, but I'm
Are his toes out? Are his toes out in Wild Surf? This takes a long time.
I don't know.
They are. They are. Here we go. The
I'm trying to
tootsies
fix
are
my
out.
camera at the same time as doing, yeah.
the timed game. Is that Game on the Beach?
No.
Oh shit, where's the game?
Wait, they didn't score, did they? No, they missed.
Maybe I have to progress. Oh no, it's probably right here, isn't it? But it's probably not open yet. It would have told me if it was.
I need to score. Damn it.
I've never played Breath of the Wild, but played the shit out of Tears of the Kingdom. Should I go back for Breath of the Wild? You should go back for Breath of the Wild. 100%.
Go back for the Korok seeds.
Wow! I have way more Korok seeds done in Tears of the Kingdom than I do in Breath of the Wild.
What's with them?
Talk about killing the vibe.
Wait, actually no, I don't remember what I did. No, I think I definitely played
okay.
Tears of the Kingdom more.
Start. Just can't help but feel sorry for them, you know? Poor bastards ain't
I've never played Tears of the Kingdom.
But we treat them like monsters.
Breath of the Wild, I think, is better than Tears of the Kingdom.
For real. Take a hike.
Hey, you leave them alone.
I get it. Oh, did I almost score on myself again? I'm resetting every time because I need to win to get the weapon.
Hell yeah. It's kind of sad that they put the... But I guess you could just buy the weapon, right? You just have to wait.
I don't know if you can with this one.
Damn.
Oh, okay, so now I just need to score once on the yellow team and once on the black team and not have a goal scored on me.
Take your time.
Well, the water won't turn off. Johnny sure found himself a real fixer-upper.
Got the bamboo.
Where did the ball go? Oh, I got the ball stuck.
Kinda reminds me of home.
Are you almost done?
How lovely.
Aerith?
Oh, it's coming down slowly.
It's wasting your time.
Aerith, are you alright?
I'll get the ball out of here.
Tell me, what color
We
would you say
score on
this
this guy,
Aerith
right?
is colorblind.
Damn it, I missed.
Thing is, it used to be white. At least, it was back in Midgar.
Materia is formed from the life stream itself. Orbs infused with knowledge, memories.
No, the blue
Is it
team.
better?
No, the balls are in the holes. Damn it.
Shit. Breath of the Wild is better because everything in it was new, and the new mechanic they made for Tears of the Kingdom wasn't as good as it was in Breath of the Wild. But they couldn't do the same thing as Breath of the Wild because people would be like, it's a new game, why aren't you doing this? So they try to make it different, but their second idea wasn't as good as their first idea. That makes sense.
Yeah.
I keep changing the volume somehow. Probably like the... What's it called? Barrett can't play shooting gallery. Cloak people are told to leave the beach. Yeah, it's pretty shitty around here.
Wandering around
Oh, do I have to play minigames as them?
I insist you take Tifa.
Yes,
I see.
that's what I'm doing right now. Chocobo needs to
You ready to soak up the sun?
let the goal in, please, and I need to just be defensive.
In a sec. Ready. Now, let's find
You have to play the
and then we can finally
goalie the whole time?
Yeah.
Well, right now I need to.
Is this like Fall Guys? I think there's like a Fall Guys mode like this.
Oh, if I can just defend now, I'm set.
You lead.
A minute and a half without them scoring a goal on me,
Sounds good to me.
please. What? Oh, they're cheating.
Oh no, they're cheating? I guess I can buy
I've
the
decided
Switch
they're
2
cheating.
version once I beat a few games. Fair enough.
Hey, how about an orb or two?
Hang loose.
Chocobo, you get away from my goal with that one.
To the water. If you're
in the market for some beach attire,
You know what? This area reminds me a little bit of, you know, the Scooby-Doo live-action movie where they go to that island.
Oh yeah.
The way that the people, these like hula girls act is similar to the way that the island acts, I feel.
and one for your doggy. With those tickets of yours, you can run wild on the pet playground,
Hold.
ride around on wheelies, or
Half a minute. Just need half a minute.
there's also the photo contest, and you can't miss the piano.
It's a long time.
So go out there and be sure to have yourself a ball. Hang loose.
Don't get that out of here.
Put that thing back where it came from, or so help me. That was close, now. There it's right.
No.
What?
Oh.
Oh my god, I hit them. It's quite
Wait, it went behind the chocobo? Oh, it's not over. It's not over till it's
Yeah.
over. I did it!
Yeah, I think I'm gonna go do that minigame first.
Wait. Okay, yeah, I got the rank 3 for it.
Red, get out of the way,
That was
Jesus.
intense.
Today's first place
Go back to Violet now that it's on a slide day. Jeez.
So, do we have any takers?
Played a game played through a Zoom meeting stream.
You want some?
Yeah.
Maybe I'll wait until there's a game that makes me want to play, get a Switch 2, and then I'll finally go back and beat Violet. Then
Damn.
top 2 to win.
Oh, you're crushing it. Nice. Right off the bat.
Son of a bitch. Okay, I gotta get a score on the blue team. Fuck. There we go. Okay, I'm winning.
You've scored on all the teams. Nice.
Yes.
Just 2 minutes of defending, and now it's 2 balls.
It's a lot of balls.
You got this.
Fuck. Oh, fuck. No! Shit! Alright.
Oh, it went in.
It did. How come you guys have more than one player? It's fucking cheating.
I know, right?
That's not even your goal! And you blocked it. Alright. Why is the yellow team running wild?
Oh shit, that's a strong chocobo. Catch it. Use a master ball.
Fuck. Where's the other ball? I just score on the black team. Fuck! Okay, let me get the yellow team actually real quick. Fuck! Are you serious? How can I get I scored so easily in the beginning.
And now when there's 2 balls, it's impossible.
Yeah.
Good boy! That was amazing! And for your owner, was it just as good as you were?
Blame for the audience? No, I'll save.
Playing Ultimate is bugged right on Switch 2 if you use a me character.
Johnny?
Damn.
Tifa?
I don't know if they will. They didn't announce
Wait,
anything.
it is?
What?
It is if you use a me character? Oh, actually, how bad is it? I could try it. I have it installed. Like, will I win? Will I not be able to take damage? Will I not be able to deal damage?
Fuck.
Oh yeah, piano time.
Are you dumb?
Yes.
No, not you. Fuck you! Fucking black dog.
Oh, I see how it is.
No, shit! I'm getting aggressive. Oh my god. I missed my shot. That first game was my best chance. There we go.
Yeah.
Oh, you son of a bitch. Okay, maybe I can get it on blue. I can, okay. There we go. Alright, I need it on yellow. It's the other ball. Okay, I got scored on everyone. Okay.
Nice. Ah, fuck.
Oh shit, let's go. Let's go. Holy shit, I'm on fire right now. Fuck. I'm nervous. I'm nervous.
I don't like the way they did the piano thing. I only got a B rank. I wanted
Yeah, is this
A
enough
rank,
to
but
win
we
if I'm
need
winning by
star.
2?
Huh?
If I'm winning by 2, do I win?
Yeah, you win if you're in the lead. If you have
Okay.
5 and they have 4, you win.
Okay. Alright, I'm done then. Everyone's done. Like the last 20 seconds, they just gave up.
Nice.
Citizen. I like how Red is the, like, I'm not just some talking dog, but then they still treat him like one. Hell yeah. If the shoe fits, but only if I want it to. Okay. What is this over here? Wheelie roundabout. What is it? Is that a race? Is that a wheelie race? Segway race?
I don't think so.
Guess we'll find out. I hope I stole her thingy.
Wow.
Rendezvous is now closed for the day. Oh, you take... I'm so sorry. feel like you're kidding me. Tifa, you're not.
Huh? Yeah.
Oh, Tifa, my love.
Oh my god, someone else is in love with Tifa.
Everything.
You're not quoting Johnny, are you?
Oh my god, is that Johnny's sister?
Appointment. See, I was expecting someone very
What?
different. Someone metropolitan and chic who lights up every room she walks into. I have no idea what he sees in you.
What the fuck?
Excuse me? Stow the Toad.
It's fine.
Why is there a walking stick by my name? A walking stick?
That's some kind of humble brag.
What?
Hey, Jenny! Don't just stand there. Go get the unreturned wheelies.
Back to piano.
What to do? Oh, how can everyone think
Oh, oh, you mean your sub badge? He called my sub badge a walking
Oh
stick.
my god!
Oh my god! I'm gonna
How
cry.
much does that hurt? How much does that hurt?
Yeah, sure.
You got gifted a sub and that's how you react?
Wow.
Shit.
Wait to Johnny. So I
My whole bloodline destroyed.
I'll have given him back.
You know that meme that's like the, what'd you say?
Oh, that's you. Yeah.
Yeah, that's me right now. I feel like everyone loves Tifa. Oh, I gotta return the fucking... Are you serious?
Leave any wheelies you.
Yes.
Oh my god.
Oh, it's the new Charlotte Sands song. I went through my music, actually. What do I put on now? What's my For You look like? It just looks the same. It's my day list. Rock on Not a Phase Monday morning. Okay, this doesn't look bad.
Damn it.
My bad, homie. Thanks whoever gave me a sub. Fucking roasted. Okay, well, alright, I guess I'll just keep my eyes peeled for the red thingies then. Let's do other things for now.
What is this arbitrary rule? Can't you make an exception just this once? Oh, or you could be my partner. Would that be okay?
I don't think I'm allowed. Oh, hi. How can I help you?
You. This isn't, my superior's arrival has been delayed. So I thought it prudent to, survey the area.
That's nice. You know, if you're looking for a partner, why don't we team up?
You mean it?
Neva is so serious right now.
You're a lifesaver.
Yeah, I don't like this piano thing, but I need a. Oh, the delay. Oh shit.
Damn, sorry.
Okay then.
Yeah, streaming from PlayStation to this isn't the best for rhythm games.
Yeah, there's a lot of stuff.
That's the A rank.
And thanks for the VIP too. I'm glad. It's okay. It's okay, Found. I'm glad you noticed. Thank you for noticing.
Well, problem is we gotta have star ranks for all of these as well for trophies
Star
if we
ranks?
want to do all. Star rank is basically you gotta have everything great, but you can get a few goods. You can't miss a single thing.
Okay. Oh, I can go down here
No.
like that.
No, I didn't mean to start it again. No, I don't want to play this song. No.
Okay, well, the two mini games are just like going around and finding stuff. So. Oh, I found a thingy. Give me this thing. Oh wait, I have to return the other colors as well? Oh, do they have like certain
Yes.
colored?
Yes.
Oh my god. I see.
Find the love you've been dreaming
Maybe I need that cane. Maybe. Can I steal it from you? Hey, that's my thing.
Register here for the great
Okay, here's a. What color? Blue? Oh, right here. Is that on or no? I don't think it is. Oh, no, it is. Okay. Ooh. Wait. There's a picture?
Something around here.
Okay, hold on, hold on. I'm too many things at once.
Save your aching feet.
She did a perfect job.
My body.
But why? Is that what Johnny wants
It's sleepy.
Come out, little cactuars.
Such a good sleep token song. Neva, what are you gonna do with the rest of your day after Strem?
I don't really know. Probably just wash some clothes, clean up my apartment a bit. I had friends over yesterday, but I haven't tied it up yet.
Fair enough.
They left at around like 2 a.m. so.
Sheesh! 2 a.m.? Well, I guess you did have a... You had a holiday today, so... It's basically a Saturday.
Yes.
Oh, I see it.
Yeah.
Got it.
Oh, isn't it the... Is this what they call love at first sight? Because I adore this cactuar.
Got a furry friend who needs to
Where's
burn off some
the
energy?
yellow one?
Come to Run Wild.
You want it?
From the newest styles to vintage.
Oh, there it is.
Real good salon at all.
Man, we haven't found a single.
Okay. Wheelie return isn't that bad, actually. They're very close to where they need to go back to.
God, it's just some dumb wheelies. I've been going about.
Jenny, over here. We brought all the wheelies back for you.
Stop being so nice. I can't take it. I've decided. I'm going to give up on Johnny.
She- oh!
No way I could ever.
Oh, she's interested in Johnny. I was so wrong. Siblings are dating. I was wrong.
There's 2 cards there, so have fun.
Hold up.
Wait, siblings are dating?
Yeah, I thought they were siblings, but apparently she wanted to date
This
him.
one's for you and Johnny. I bet you'll have a
Oh.
more fun together.
I think you've got the wrong idea.
Oh my god, there's a map for where their cactuses are? I didn't even know.
For real? But the way he talks about
Yeah, but it doesn't really help me anyway.
Fair enough. It's hard to look at the map on
And of course,
like that.
he also has
It should be around there.
I would feel a lot better if he had someone to back him up.
Oh,
Nothing like that.
sorry. Anyway, thanks for the card. I'm glad we got all this straightened out. So, see ya.
Okay. Alright. I'm good. Okay, there we go. No, get off.
Oh my, okay, you know what?
What?
I'm going to show you the location of one of the cactuars you need to take a picture of.
Okay.
It's this tiny fire hydrant.
Oh! Oh, I see.
Maybe over there? Wait, what about over here?
Does that count?
Yeah,
I forgot
I
to
thought it
zoom.
would be bigger.
Fuck. Oh.
Okay.
Hey, a cactuar! Each little guy... Let's go find another!
Okay, now I'm gonna do the piano minigame, I think. And
ticket, please proceed to the lobby. Welcome to the Royal Coast.
Excuse me.
Hello, Tifa.
Oh my god, it's Andrea.
Scheduled today.
Andrea, sorry, I said his name wrong.
At least.
Andrea.
Something came up, you see.
The pianist decided to skip town. At least he was kind enough to leave behind a letter. Said he had decided to elope.
Oh.
What? Elope?
The heart wants what it wants, and who are we to deny it? However, without a pianist, there can be no concert.
These fools called us down here because they thought we knew a replacement. Even between the two of us, it's not like we know everyone in every business.
I wonder about how much game we have left.
These hands. These fingers.
Quite a bit.
Good.
Like,
Good.
a lot.
They have the
A
spirit
lot.
of warriors, and yet are so
Probably, at the rate we're going, we'll be done
piano before. That much is obvious.
in September.
What the September? 3 months from now. Holy shit. And then we have Crisis Core.
I want to hear you playing the goddamn piano.
Yep.
And then we're free to choose a new game.
There's so much. So much.
Crisis Core isn't that long, right?
I don't know. I've never played it before.
This concert has to succeed. We're counting on you.
Sit down and
You're our only hope.
I can't wait to ride around the boardwalk on a wheelie.
No practice. Let's just get in there.
What the heck? It said it was supposed to be here. Oh. Oh, I see it. Oh, you're playing the piano?
Yeah, I guess.
How do you like it?
It's weird.
Yep.
Fuck.
I'm only missing one character.
Oh, this is gonna be bad. Oh, I got that one for the first time. Oh, this is like... This is helping me a lot. I shouldn't be doing it as good as it's like doing.
Oh, it should be around here, the cactuar.
I need to get rid of the music for just a second.
Oh, I think I ran out of music. Actually, I didn't even realize.
I got a C.
Thank you so much for here you are.
You got a C?
I got a C.
No.
Yes.
As for what we owe you
For in-game rewards, we need to get A on all the songs, and then we gotta talk to an old man who sometimes appear next to the piano, and he will just give you some good stuff.
And on top of that,
So...
Seems you're performing.
Well, we'll try again.
We meet to be on the stage of
Pianos are weird.
Until then, my liberators of love.
The beginning was atrocious, so hopefully I could just do it again.
I believe.
I haven't played any of the songs actually yet. Oh, wait. I can't play the song again?
Yes, you can. If you select piece.
Oh, I see. Oh, okay, got it. Thank you. Sorry, I'm blind. Just like Palin.
We're all blind. Some way. Oh my... That is... Right, that's hiding in plain sight.
There's so many... Fuck, I missed 2 notes. Oh, I missed 7 apparently? Okay, what did I get this time? Please! I still gotta see. No!
How?
I did absolutely atrocious on the first one. That even though I did monumentally better, it still was really bad.
Oh no.
Alright, we're I don't even have a delay.
I
One
mean,
more thing for me to be bad at.
You don't have to, but...
That was a little early. I have to.
I feel like having to look at both of them at the same time is kind of rough.
I missed both of those, apparently. But I missed... I think I did bad this time too.
Where are the Segway things? Need to pick them up.
Please be better. Please. At least chat is like.
What did you get?
Me. Yeah. I was 300 away from an A, so it was a B plus really. If we're gonna be honest.
You're getting closer. That's good.
I am. Improvement is happening every time, guys. Every time. Chat's looking away right now, so we're good. I know the song a little bit better, so it's easier.
That does help. I don't know where the blue parking spot is. Oh, never mind. Found it.
Shit. I did a miss apparently. But I know it sounds so much bad if you don't get a grade.
Yeah. I'm not really big on rhythm games, to be honest. They're too difficult. My timing is not good. The only rhythm game I managed to, like, do somewhat acceptable in was the Kingdom Hearts one. I just wanted the platinum trophy.
Yeah.
And I will let you know it's not worth it.
I'm here to judge. Go back in. Just got back in just in time to judge. Time to cook juice. Candy should be really good at rhythm games. She was a percussionist. I should be. I got A. I got A rank. You know, and I think I'm gonna stop at A rank. And you know, we'll just.
Oh yeah. Same.
That'll be okay.
I'm
We'll just,
not doing the other ones. That's.
Yes, and my performance.
Gotta do it so perfect. It's nasty.
That was as good as we're gonna get. So.
A rank is doable. Star rank is, you know what? I won't
Try
bother.
hard. Time to calibrate some towers and the thunder blades, basically. Except this is more
you know
fun.
What? I'd rather
Yeah.
calibrate
really?
the towers than trying to get star rank on all of these songs.
Okay, how do I look at the map? Oh, do I have to... No? Quests. I don't know how to bring that... How did you bring up the map? Oh, view notes. That's how. Okay, we're good.
Yeah. You got it.
Okay. Ah, let me through. I'm too thick. Alright.
Here.
I'm too zoomed in. Oh, I can't get. Oh,
Tifa's just a menace to this place.
Quit. No, fuck! Get off this thing. Oh, I'm not close enough?
Gotta be closer.
How do you get the 30% zoom in?
You gotta go closer.
Oh. I thought I had to get farther away. I'm dumb. There we go. I'm dumb. Okay.
Same.
Oh, is someone shy? At this point, I can't imagine life without you. We should spend every day to get just imagine.
Good
how
lord.
splendid
I've almost driven the length I need on these wheelies now.
Hell yeah. Okay, so we definitely go farther down this way. What's this? Where's oh, there's another quest?
Where's
Oh.
Johnny?
Oh shoot, actually.
I wonder what kind of guy this Tifa, Aerith, what are the two of you doing?
I did the lower one. I need to do the docks one next.
And what's with the bag?
Luggage for a Shinra executive. Gotta make sure it gets to his hotel safe and sound.
He's going to a hotel
You're working for Shinra
with
now?
a Shinra executive?
Talk about how much you hate them?
Mayor's
That's crazy.
After everything he's done for me, I gotta. Don't look at me like that. I'm not some sellout.
Oh, I gotta keep up my snap streak.
Yeah.
Your snap streak.
Yo.
Oh, I'm getting a letter in the mail. I just apparently like there's a lawsuit against my like pans that I use, and it's just really sad because I love those pans, you know. Oh, that's it? I just talked to him? Oh, okay.
Where is this guy? Well, already checked into the hotel, apparently. Then why are we here?
Someone just ran into a ton of shit.
Where's my next drop-off spot?
Tie rogue. Get your tie rogue. Get up this way. Okay, it's at the bottom one. Right? Oh, I see it.
Okay, seriously. Where the hell are these cactuars?
Oh, let's see. 100 meters left.
Where the hell are these cactuars?
What's this? Oh, okay. Thank you.
It's one of the fake ones.
Wait, that's a fake one?
Yes, all the ones you want to have a picture of they are pink.
Oh, shit, you're right.
Okay, seriously. Where the hell are these cactuars?
Thank you, because I would have just kept going back and forth. Oh, I see it.
Yeah.
Okay, seriously. Where the hell are these cactuars?
I got the master license.
Where do I get the 70%? Getting the zoom percentage is like my biggest, like, just fucking, like, hardest thing to do.
Oh
I
yeah.
swear it was from that pier, though. Maybe it doesn't have to be at that pier.
This is the kind of fun I've been missing.
Should be able to take it from there, yeah.
There we go. Fuck, if I can hit the right buttons.
That does help.
I think I got a grilled cheese.
My petite prickly.
Yeah, class action lawsuit. So I got an email about it, and I'm getting something in the mail today about it.
Hold fast to the Shinra Creed. Oh, what am I doing?
Apparently,
Wait,
like
grilled
my
cheese?
yeah, I gotta go here. And then like there was a poll, but it was a tiny poll.
Okay.
And then I just got crumbs on my. I'll look away. Don't look at my mat. No, I gotta talk to this lady. I guess I'll have a snack. I mean, it's here. Might as well eat it.
Yep.
Yeah.
That's all of them. We can close the book on the Cactuar Capers.
I suppose I ought to thank you for helping bring some amour back into my life. Say, if you don't mind parting with them, I'd love to send those Cactuar photos to my wife and daughter. Just a small way of letting them know they're always in my thoughts.
They're yours.
I really needed this. Can't lift my family's spirits if I can't lift my own.
Let's see what's going on with this helicopter.
No tomato soup. I'm a big hater about tomato soup because it's always too much. Like, I don't want to eat just tomato soup by itself. I only want it as a dip. But they always give you a full bowl.
I like tomato soup, especially if there's some extra in it. Like, if it's just tomato soup, it's kind of bland, but give me like some hard-boiled eggs, maybe some
You can exchange them for outfits here.
some sort of pasta in there. It's alright.
Have a wonderful day.
Aaron just like destroyed those floaties. It just brings down the grilled cheese experience. Oh my god. Okay, let's take a look at both outfits. What? Yeah, that's it.
Soup
just find
with
out-
the grilled cheese?
Yeah, so you take the grilled cheese and you dip it into the tomato soup. That's like the thing that people be doing.
But that would reduce the quality of the grilled cheese.
It's supposed to be like something that people do all the time. I don't know.
Okay.
But it adds a flavor. Like, it's both the tomato and the cheesy flavor is like it's supposed to be a good combination.
Then why not just put like a little bit of tomato sauce on the grilled cheese beforehand?
Tomato sauce.
Like have it as a sauce, as in pizza. But it wouldn't be
like pizza.
like, why would you dip it? Why would you make it soggy when it could be pizza? You're just having a soggy pizza. I don't know. I don't know eating, it seems.
I think I'm ready to head to the beach.
Oh, yeah, that's the next thing I gotta do. Head to the beach, but I gotta buy the clothes first, I think.
How do I switch? I can't switch to Tifa anymore. Or Aerith. I can't switch to Aerith. They switched me to Tifa and I can't go back.
You don't like Tifa? What the fuck?
I wanna be Aerith!
But Aerith is mid.
Rude.
Ready to rock?
Yeah, I also don't think that's the case. But Tifa. Tifa is always the choice.
How do we look? Huh?
Ayo. How are you doing, Elias?
Hi, Elias.
Sleek as a dolphin, and you, Aerith, are as luminous as a sea snail.
your way of complimenting us?
Holy shit!
Human beauty is hard for me to accept.
Holy shit! Diva just like bent down. I was not ready for it. Oh, crazy.
Did you miss us?
I came to lurk and this is what I see now.
Something wrong?
Oh god!
No, nothing.
She's like,
Just hot. In the sun.
oh my god.
Speaking of which, you guys should probably put on sunscreen.
You remember how?
You might want to go.
Okay, remember how
Timestamps.
you're in school, right? Okay, you're in school, and you ask the teacher for help, and she comes to your desk and she just goes like that. That's exactly what Tifa's doing. She did it so many times. She's like leaning over
I
her
don't know what kind of
desk.
teacher you had.
Oh. Does your teachers not do that? They just like spill their cleavage right on your desk when you had a
I
question.
hope he didn't.
He? You only have male teachers?
Pretty much, yeah.
Oh wow, okay.
Like I had
Yeah.
some classes like that I would have an hour and a half every week. It was just like a French teacher, but it was never like something that was I paid attention to, I guess.
Care to join me in the lab? If you girls sign up with Shinra.
But yeah, most of my teachers through the years have been male.
That's quite an offer. And as luck would have
Interesting.
I'm in need of a few
I can tell you that most of the teachers that I had were female.
help give birth to the world's next hero.
That would be so.
And then in college it was pretty 50-50.
Before a hero strikes down his foe, he must strike them with awe at his beauty. But he is not a
Okay,
hero
all
by
right.
virtue of innate greatness.
Teachers
Only by
in
inspiring others
like
earn the title.
teacher is like one of those jobs that
It's admittedly a lofty
has a history of being
For me, but it sounds amazing.
female, just like nurses has a history of being female jobs, and
Yeah.
it really hasn't changed that. A lot of the core values of like how like Americans see jobs has pretty much stayed the same. There really hasn't been a huge flip of gender percentages. So that's kind of interesting that your teachers were mostly male. Did you go to a co-ed school or was it just male?
Go-ed.
Okay, interesting.
I don't
That's
think we
interesting.
have anything that's not co-ed,
Okay.
as far as I know.
I just thought maybe you went to like one of those private schools. I don't know your life.
I do not come from money. What the fuck?
I don't know your life. Wait, can I destroy this sandcastle? Oh, we doing squats? What are we doing squats for? I cannot. Oh my god, they put up a huge barrier on this sandcastle. Look at the barrier.
You don't get to destroy it.
No, it's impenetrable.
Aw. Why didn't they build like everything with that sand then?
Honestly, they should. Oh, they're gonna
Make a weapon
smash
from
this
sand.
watermelon. That's something that they do in Japan, at least. It's like a summer thing to smash a watermelon with a bat.
What? Why? Just to like see how
Like-
it explodes?
Like a piñata situation where they like have their face covered, their eyes covered, and then they try to break it open. Okay, so
The
I think
face? Nah, I'm kidding.
So I think I got more
Ah.
points with Tifa for picking out that outfit, and then Aerith didn't change. I guess Aerith didn't like the bikini. I
They
just
don't
thought
have the same style. I got Cloud and Tifa has the same style of beachwear, and Cloud and Aerith has the same style of beachwear.
Oh, is it because I'm matching her?
Yeah.
Oh.
You're matching Tifa or
Shit.
Tifa best girl.
I am not doing good with Barrett though. Look at our friendship.
Where did you? Where's Barrett? I gotta check.
Right here. The guy in the white sailor
Oh, there he
suit.
is. Yeah. I found him. Ah,
Oh my
I
god.
got 2 out of 5.
Well, you're
I got
doing better than
3
me.
with both Aerith
Ooh, I
and
can go in the water.
Tifa.
I'm in the kiddie pool. Piggy dipping in
And
the
I've
piggy
only
pond.
got 2 with Red.
So you
Nice,
Tifa better
nice.
anyway? Yes.
What are you talking about?
Not consciously, then.
Where are we supposed to go?
As you can see,
Oh, in the kiddie pool.
Oh.
Go in the kiddie pool.
are having a little get.
I missed.
Shit. He has the one hand for it, damn.
Line him up.
Yes, sir.
Swimsuit girls.
Okay. Let's move along, sir. This way. And stop.
Aw, Hojo. I don't like you. I don't like you at all.
What the hell are you playing at?
That, my friends, is for me to know, and for you to find out.
The hell?
Yeah.
We're almost to our 3-hour mark. 2 hours and 37 minutes right now.
So we're doing this fight and then we'll check how much longer we go.
Sounds good.
I could be down for a longer stream if you are.
I mean, I just got food, so I guess I could do a little bit longer.
Yes, only a reunion could produce such.
Seeing a Final Fantasy bad guy hold up an iPhone is funny. It is kind of funny. I didn't think about how much it looks like a smartphone.
That is
I will have
It
to.
is
I'll
wild.
switch to standing.
just considering Final Fantasy 16. It's just like we all have swords or like magic and stuff, and now it's just technology. I really don't like Hojo.
Oh, I have to pick who I've helped. Okay, they can hang on. Get your equipment in order.
Select the pair to join. Well, I gotta help Tifa.
So I have a weapon for.
Wait. That is not the rune blade. That is a. That's an umbrella.
Hell
Sorry
yeah.
to say that. You are wrong. You are absolutely mistaken.
Tynamo, get your Tynamo. I probably said that wrong. Final Fantasy 16, more like iPhone 16. Man, Sora without Keyblade all over again. So-
Yeah, it is. It's like you gave me the fucking wooden sword at Hollow Bastion. Thank you.
Let me see. This is already. Can I help you? I don't know where Steven is.
Oh, that's right. Red got a new weapon, so I could try getting the ability from there.
See? Doesn't look like I can change that. No. Okay. Dynamo. Is it important to say it right? Oh, I can equip it. That's good.
Nah. Okay. Assess this thing.
When's Bear gonna get a new weapon? He's due.
Maybe
fuck,
sometime after this fight.
They're going down.
Wait. Why do I have an umbrella? What the fuck?
Picked it up in the cutscene.
I got your number.
Oh, I didn't need to do that. Yeah. It does so little damage.
On now. You're done.
I wouldn't classify it necessarily as important, but you seem like you're wondering the pronunciation. I just wanted to know if I'm doing it wrong or not, you know? I want it to be wrong.
Any last words?
Oh shit. Oh wait, this picked who. Wait, picking who to help meant who got snatched. Fuck, I should have picked red so I could I could fix his. I could do his thing. Damn.
Yeah, that's what I did.
Shit, I didn't know what was gonna happen. Another cheated.
I didn't cheat. I just wanted to do the thing right away.
He cheated because he knew what was happening.
I didn't know they were going to pick those characters. I was just doing the thing that I always do and just win.
That's what I get for not helping
Potentially.
Tifa.
Wow.
I'll show you what I can do. One more shot. You've got this.
Taking
Too
over.
bright.
Here it comes.
Camera never. Luma!
I know, but Luma's not here. Camera's just
Luma!
gone. I can fix it. I can just be in the middle of putting a command and I should have enough time.
But the
Yeah,
reason
today-
Tifa's best is
Activate.
because she doesn't need any help. Damn.
There we go.
Take the lead. My interest in
Oh!
Polaris is purely structural.
Oh,
Did I
everyone's gonna
lose
get
now?
stolen anyway?
And a living sample is preferable. A pity you did not
Is that game over?
have your mother's physical character.
Game over.
Let's see what you can do.
Oh. Never mind.
What is happening? That was worrying me.
No, a victory, maybe.
Oh no!
Get ready.
Why you do this to me?
Let's do this.
You aren't the specimen I was seeking, but I'm sure the data you provide will be fascinating nonetheless.
The fuck is this bitch doing? He's inking on my beach, dog. Ah! Oh, why can I hit you, you son of a bitch?
Come along quietly now.
Oh. I see. Tifa is best because she's sleek like a dolphin? What the fuck?
Not so fast.
Can someone call JD Vance is in the fucking chat? Help! Help! JD
What?
Vance is in the chat.
Oh no.
If you know, you know.
Tifa is the... I don't know, but I see the Tifa is best because she's sleek like a dolphin.
Yeah. So I don't know if this is confirmed or not, or this is just a meme, but like, oh, JD Vance searched woman with dolphin porn.
What?
Yeah.
What? Oh, JD.
No,
JD.
you said it, Max. You said it, Max. Don't blame this on the dog.
Yeah. You didn't
Oh
have
my-
to repeat it.
Yeah, what the heck?
Hey you, Mr. Mopey.
Huh?
Over here.
Who? Me?
You want to help him, don't you? Then you'd better hold still.
Oh my god. Ninja shit. Oh my god, it's showing me it's... whatever that is. Oh god, this ain't good. This ain't good.
No.
I'm dying from poison way too fast.
Nothing to see here.
They're being meanies to me.
Oh my god. Why are you gaslighting them, Candy?
They're gaslighting me. Oh! Okay, good, I did use the thing.
Welcome here. Because there's no gaslighting over here.
Oh my god.
For now.
I thought you supported me, Netta.
I do. So I will take some of the burden of all the viewers and all the hate. So come over here, please, everybody. Hello. Wait, can I talk to my friends now? I've forgotten to do that on many occasions.
Max can't leave my chat. He needs the scritches.
That is true. You gotta be able
You're
to
in-
get those.
You're in jail here, okay? You can't leave.
And gotcha.
You think you can do this to me?
Okay, I'm trying to talk to everyone. I just don't know what they want to hear.
Women are so hard, aren't they?
I was
Oh!
talking to Red.
Oh, okay. Alright, Max. Go with it. That's fine.
We've done enough.
We'll see how you feel about that later.
Oh shit.
Johnny is face down, ass up. That's the way we like to fuck.
Yes, you did, Max. Yes, you did.
The Haunt, such a great band. Oh my god, look at that.
Coffee.
Oxtail. Oh. Coffee, coffee, coffee. Luma is missing all this Twink fan service.
Yep.
You know, I heard Troye Sivan's turning 30 and he's the ultimate twink, so everyone's sad about the twink death.
Twink death is real.
Couldn't find the bartender, so I, helped myself. Costa del Sol. Used to make him back at the bar. And here I am.
Is she from withdrawals?
Drinking one in its namesake.
Coffee? Are you?
God.
Have you stopped coffee completely?
No, I've been drinking coffee on holy shit, I can't. I've been hold on one second.
Want to go back?
What are you doing? Where are you looking?
Sorry, I've been drinking coffee on stream days. My God, stop.
Okay.
Help me! I
Where
regret
were
my
you
costume choice
looking?
now. I regret it.
saw that
I regret
glare
my
of a stare.
I regret it. I regret it all. I should have picked something else. I should have picked the other outfit.
That's what I promised Barry.
Should have picked the other outfit.
Exactly did you promise him that?
Can you stop?
All right.
She's like,
You do you.
It's just boobs.
Yeah, but she's like, stop it.
It's Cloud standing over her. What the fuck?
Yeah, I need y'all to chill. Settle down.
That girl really came through.
Settle down.
Getting all hot and bothered, yeah.
No, I'm
Well,
just embarrassed.
Are you embarrassed?
You tried. That's all you can do. And all that matters if you ask me.
It's my turn to talk to Tifa.
Trying to tear me up.
So if you want to see more booba, come over here.
Oh, I think Barrett went up. I managed to get Barrett to 2. Let's go. Tifa stayed the same though. This is hard. This is the hardest part of this game.
I can't choose. No.
What happened? Did it die?
No, I managed to just change, but I don't know if it was for the better or bad. I was pouring myself a drink.
Anyone would want to punch that smug asshole.
You knew what you were getting into. Emma, please.
I hoped I had more time.
Okay, I had a lock in here. I need to make sure.
3 with Tifa and Aerith.
Really? I got
2 with
Tifa and
Red.
Aerith to 4.
And I'm at 2 with Barrett before talking to him.
He kidnapped us because she was a Cetra. A specimen for his experiments. And after what he did to her, after all the pain and the horror he put us through, I hate him. Sometimes I imagine the things I do to him.
Oh my God, Aerith's got a dark side.
Yep.
I start thinking things so dark and
I don't think I made my relationship with Barrett any better.
Everybody's got someone they hate. It's normal.
Is it?
Oopsie.
Shit. Shit.
What I'm trying to say is, worry about the future when it comes. You'll know what to do. And whatever you decide, I'm with you.
I appreciate it.
Cardigan's coming on and off.
It's a real booba game.
Shall we?
Neva, I'm taking off the cardigan.
Oh, booba game? Booba stream?
Oh my God.
Oh,
Not until the moment arrives.
how's Infinity Nikki, by the way?
And when it does,
The game keeps like breaking on me, and sometimes I can't launch it, and it's like I'm just kind of
not you. That was to her.
less into it for sure.
Can't say when you'll meet.
Yeah, it's at mostly negative now on Steam.
Yeah, it's cause of they added in more microcurrency, or microtransactions, and this update has been the most buggy it's ever been. A lot of people can't even play the game, like me. Occasionally, I can't play the game. So yeah, it's just not the best. So a lot of people are review bombing it.
Okay, thank you, Elias. Bye-bye.
Bye, Elias. Have a good day.
But yeah. I thought Infinity Nikki was like, oh, this good game. And then...
You ready to leave?
No.
Yeah, they really fucked up. New season, the new update, they really fucked it up. So So the microtransactions that they added in is the ability to dye your clothes, but if you pull for an outfit for so many times, you unlock the evolution of it, and then the evolution is just a different color. So people are like, we spent all of our money on these pulls to get the different color, and then you introduce something to change the colors, so we just wasted our money on that, and we could have just changed the colors when we wanted to later.
Oh fuck, that's dumb. Gacha games.
Yeah, it is a gacha game. 100%. First and foremost. Well, they also changed the intro story. They changed a lot of things. They changed the intro story, even though the original intro story was pretty interesting itself.
Never felt better. You're the man of the hour.
But I never spent any money on Infinity Nikki, so I'm not invested like they are, so I really don't care enough to review it. Listen, I mean, it's a live service game. Like, they're changing a lot anyways, all the time.
I'm a moron. How
So, I don't know.
You borrowed a lot of money from him, right? Will you be able to pay
Yeah.
it back?
So, the girls told Capono, keep leeching off our hero and we'll smear your name so bad Shinra will kick you to the curb. And the crazy thing is, it worked. He caved. I am footloose and debt-free, baby.
That's great.
Candy just consumes. She doesn't care about the story. I really don't care about the story that much, actually. It's not very good. Also, they don't give you enough story at a time to be that interested in it.
You know you gotta get
Yeah.
There's like
It's just
huge
like,
breaks.
hey, here's new dresses, new outfits, new everything
But, like,
that
they
you
give
can
you...
put money into, please.
Yeah. Yeah. I explored a lot. That's probably the best part of it, is just the exploration. But once you like run out of that, there's like nothing to do. How are the finals? The final of the fantasies? You almost got me there, because the finals are a game on it. It's a battle royale.
Thanks
Just triggered my autism there.
I should be the one thanking you. Anyway, what's next for you guys?
It's good. You missed all the swimsuits.
Those dudes shuffled off toward Mount Corel this morning. Tried to get the injured ones to stay till they were healthy, but...
Corel, huh?
Corel it is. Be safe, you guys. Wouldn't want anything to
Can we
happen
get
to my
Yuffie on our
inaugural
team now,
guest.
please?
Bon voyage.
She's over there. Standing on a rock. I have to...
Yes.
There.
But I want her on my team.
From the ashes, so too shall my hotel rise from obscurity.
So Bureau wipe the floor with her. Oh my god. So violent. You from Tennessee?
Yeah, I also hope for that too, Max. I want to fight.
Don't like Luffy?
Too immature, but she's strong. She's so strong.
She's a child.
She is strong. She can fight. If she can help me not die,
Can we check?
it's fine.
Can we check Yuffie's age?
Some know me as the world's greatest materia hunter. Others, an unstoppable assassin. And the rest, a benevolent and beautiful...
She's probably a teen.
Who am I truly?
26 years old. Okay, never mind.
26?
She's 26 apparently in this game. Oh my god, my ears are itchy.
I think she has like she's got a flawed frontal lobe. She's not. She's not
Damn.
26.
Damn, you just said she had brain damage. This is Rebirth. Final Fantasy VII Rebirth.
If you manage to somehow fluke your way to victory, this amazing
That is not 26.
She's Asian.
No way.
She's Asian. Bring it.
Oh, she's that quirky girl.
Wait, seriously? I mean, we don't actually have to fight.
Okay, but she's still strong.
Really want to? Oh, abort, abort! Tactical retreat!
Oh, now I can go back and talk to the photo man.
The hell is her deal?
She's just a bit goofy. Why not Donald?
You don't like Donald either. Or do you like Donald?
No, that's true. No.
Hey, where do you think you're going?
I don't. Well,
Think this through.
I like Donald better than Mickey.
100% certain you don't want me around to
But in Kingdom Hearts, Donald can suck it. He can get out of there, please. He's healing the bosses, not me.
They keep changing the
16?
age.
She's 16. Well, that makes more sense based on her, like, behavior.
It's so hard to tell because she was envisioned as a 25-year-old ex-soldier now working as a bounty hunter. And then I could only find
Oh, there's a side quest at the beach now?
Wikipedia is saying she was 18 in the original.
Yeah.
Her age is all over the place. Okay, apparently in Crisis Core she's 9. Where's your source? Where's your source, Max?
We don't need sources.
Your Reddit?
We don't
Reddit
need
must be true.
sources.
Meh 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 meh.
Meh, meh, meh.
Meh 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 meh.
I'm changing the outfits of all my friends.
Wikipedia has lots of sources. Okay, according to the wiki for Final Fantasy, her birthday is 1991. And on the Final Fantasy wiki, it does say that she's 16 in Final Fantasy 7, but that's the original 7, not Rebirth.
So,
It's
what
hard to find
is
it.
it in Rebirth?
It is gray area.
Okay, do you like my new beachwear?
It doesn't look like beachwear.
Well, I get to go on the beach wearing this, so it has to be beachwear, right?
Monica.
You can come with.
It's kind of lame that we don't get to choose outfits for red.
Indeed.
So desperate, I guess I'll oblige you.
Officer, she looked 18, Candy, probably. Wow. Wow, spreading this
Whoa.
slander, defamation. Your Honor, can I sue MaxFiGuy for everything he's worth?
Anything. I'll shove you in the sister race.
He's misrepresenting me, damaging me.
Back home.
I'm suffering from damages right now.
I hear ya.
I'll be right back. Restroom time.
Regret this, or my name
Okay.
isn't Yuffie Kisaragi.
Does she have a character info? Can I check character info in the party? There is not. Wow. Okay, what do we have for missions? Is this side mission time? Okay, it looks like there's a side mission here on the community. Oh, there's two. There's two missions here. Oh. And that's where we're gonna be going. Okay.
Hey, how about an orb or two?
Oh my god, I already bought orbs from you. Okay. Let's change outfits. First and foremost. Okay, let's take a look. I want this one, I think. Corporates like to see me die drinking alcohol. This is criminal behavior. What is happening? What do you mean? What does that mean? Lyron. What is Corpix? Corpix is a person. They come to the stream occasionally.
Hello.
Hello. Welcome back. Barrett needs more outfits. What the hell is
No
this? Only 2
ditties?
outfits?
What do you mean, no ditties?
They're talking about, Max is
My
just upset
outfits?
because I won't concede. No, they're talking about, the UVH thing.
Oh my. Can we move on to something else, please?
Rest in peace, Diva's best outfit. Yes, I put on the other outfit. Trying Brandy, she found it funny. She went back to watch it again. Very criminal.
Rick
What is this?
Tifa's best outfit?
What the fuck? There's a snaps. I just left that area, you son of a bitch.
Oh no. Oh no, we're going back to Run Wilds.
Why? For what?
Side quest.
Did you get snaps? Did you talk to snaps?
Yes, I did.
Good.
Thank you for double checking.
Oh my god, he just took a candid photo. Good thing I changed my outfit for this.
Far cry from the 5-star. I suspect this area has a plethora of photogenic spots.
Oh, that's so far away. Okay. I don't know if I've tried Brandy. The only alcohol I ever try is like in cocktails and stuff. Got lunch? What do you have for lunch?
Run Wild time trial.
Oh no. What is it
3
for?
minutes is what I gotta beat. It's
Is that
for
for
a
a side
date.
quest? A date. With
Yeah,
who?
2 soldiers dating.
Oh.
You can see them on screen.
Slime shrimp rice bowl? Ooh, beach. Drinking alcohol straight before mixing them? Psychopath.
Yeah, mix it in the stomach. Nice.
Psychopath.
What is this?
I've always
Put
drank my alcohol
ball into
straight.
the corresponding goal. Okay.
Psychopath. Is color coordinated now? Rest in peace all the people that can't see colors. Rip. Not very pog champ of them. And it's awful every time and I don't learn. Mistakes.
You're the one who got into it with that. Oh wow, it is you. I'm Fran. And I'm Naomi.
There's numbers.
Name's Yorda. And
Where?
I'd like to hire you for a job. Interested?
Number 5. Okay.
It's simple. Girl and boy go on a date. Easy peasy, right?
A date?
The 3 of us are designers for Costa del Sol's premiere.
I guess in that really tiny spot there's a number.
Next line. We're thinking
Oh
something
There
fuck.
we go.
for the beach,
Where's
the
number
bar,
6?
or in the boudoir.
But
Number
creatively
6.
And the showcase is basically
It's do
Shit.
or die. That's where you come in.
well, sound like a good gig?
Actually, not doing too bad on this.
We knew you would.
I believe in you.
So, we've already planned the perfect
Oh, I
date
got
for
that one
lovebirds
nice.
like
7.
you. Get rowdy at Run Wild.
There we go.
Be ready
I have a
to
minute and a
squash
half.
Alpha At Pirates Rampage. This is going to be your best date yet. We'll make sure of it.
The number is so small on those balls.
This is one of the stranger
It would be
jobs
really
you
hard to
accepted.
like tell the difference.
I'll take the
Luckily, they have
I'll make this
specific colors, and I did it in less than 2 minutes.
Hell yeah.
Do well, and you might.
Oh, 230 was the score too, so I just obliterated everything. Nice.
Heartburn? Shit, bitch.
You got this. Wow.
Oh, we gotta do more shooting.
Yeah.
You did it.
Oh no.
Nice one.
Fuck.
Ethanol? Oh my. What? Huh?
Sweet. Nice one.
Ah!
You did it.
Fuck.
I'm just talking wild stuff about alcohol here. Like, I
Indeed.
can enjoy a good drink. Or 5. But still, it's... Some things I would not dare try.
Wow. Great job.
But damn, you're crushing it.
I hope so. Fuck. It's so fast!
Wait, are you using your mouse to
No.
aim, or? Because your aim is just really good.
Oh, dang.
18,000 points for this.
Okay, I did not get the good score. So, I guess I'll try again. Mouse would definitely go hard here. I could switch.
Oh wait, target score times accuracy?
Yeah.
Oh, that's really rough on me then.
Ah!
Great job. You did it.
Fuck.
Oh, what the heck?
Nice one. Wow.
Fuck. Fuck. Okay. Okay.
Nice one. Wow. Great job. You did it.
Oh fuck, I so had that! Son of a bitch! Fuck!
What did you end up with? I had 17,359.
I did not have that much.
Gotta try once more.
Oh. Oh yeah, that was way better. Oh shit. Breaking that thing is like extremely important.
I need to keep my accuracy up.
Okay, I got 1,800 this time? No, I have 1,500.
Nice one.
Candy getting in her head about aiming now? Damn. I'll try again.
Go, go. Sweet. Great job. Nice one. You did it.
Shoot.
Oh fuck. Oh god, it's even worse. It's even worse.
Wow.
Ah!
You did it.
Oh shit.
Nice one. Great
Got it.
Oh, you want to know the final target score after you're done with 18,000?
Wait, there's another one?
Well, my accuracy was 86, target score 18,000, but the next target seems to be... No, never mind, that's what I got. I got 24,000 and then I had to time it by 0.86, so...
Jesus.
I managed to get the rank 2 score.
So it seems like accuracy is everything then, huh?
Pretty much.
Okay. I missed 3 times on the same target.
Great job. Wow.
I think some of these mini games are just a bit... The scores you need are just too insane.
This reminds me of Thrillville a little bit.
I can get more chocobo equipment.
I'll gain accuracy doing shots on the bigger targets at the end here. Fuck.
Yeah.
I couldn't resist. Got 84, so I got the second thing.
Oh, you missed 100 points, right? Or no?
I was at 84%.
Was that the previous score? Oh, nice, you did it. I just saw 17,900.
Oh yeah, that was the time before thing.
That is so close.
The secret is to aim for the head.
Time for mouse.
She never once took her eyes off her man, and the way she stared at him, the score didn't matter.
Aww.
That was just what I needed.
So cute.
I'll head back now that the creative juices are flowing again. You two.
What do you get for doing the better scores?
Go find Naomi at Run Wild.
I don't know
I want to check.
what the next score level is.
You ready for a swashbuckling good time?
Oh. Nothing.
Oh, you don't get to choose it yet, it seems.
Okay. Okay, let's pick up that other side mission.
Have next on the agenda for us.
More cheap date ideas?
Oh, lighten up. We're trying to enjoy ourselves.
Trying to get paid.
You're no fun at all today. Well,
Cloud doesn't deserve
I'm
Eris.
treating this as a date.
I wish you
This
would.
is why Zach ends up with Eris, because Cloud doesn't deserve her.
I'm no romantic.
Believe me, I know.
What does Cloud deserve then?
Someone not as good, because Aerith is too good for him.
So Hojo?
Yeah, he deserves Hojo.
Or Sephiroth?
No, definitely a Hojo. Sephiroth is hot. How do I get to that thing? Oh, he's up there.
So because Sephiroth is hot, then
Yeah.
Cloud does not deserve.
Yeah. Too good.
Oh shit.
What's up, bro? Forget something? Or did you just miss the unbeatable ambiance of my seaside paradise?
Oh my god.
Either way, I'm glad you're here, because I was actually hoping to ask you for a little favor. As you know,
Max.
the boy's debt-free. Figured I'd make the most of my financial solvency and give the inn a total makeover. Thing is...
You short on hands?
Should I just charge my
if
phone?
only,
No, it doesn't
my
matter.
dear bro. Kind of the opposite problem, actually. Oh, Johnny, a name thou hast claimed is thine. But if thou truly Johnny be, then who, pray tell, am I? So yeah, it's your classic existential crisis. You get the idea. Beds have all been made. What's next?
Huh?
Oh, hey, bro. I told you to stay out of sight. You're just gonna confuse them.
What the fuck?
Anyway?
What the hell? What the hell?
Oh, we're doing the same thing.
What the heliante?
There's two of them.
It's true. Poor Yanni and I were separated at birth when he was ripped from our mother's arms. The creatures that stole him brought him up in the wild as one of their own, and no, he's not my twin.
This wouldn't have anything to do with me using my ninja skills to create a bunch of clones, would it?
Turns out a few of them managed to stick around somehow. And I think they might have even multiplied.
What the fuck?
I mean, I never doubted my amazing abilities, but
Multiplied.
I didn't realize I was capable.
You know what they've been doing.
This is all kinds of lewd. And Yuffie is supposed to be underage. This is a crazy storyline.
But she kind of made them.
Right, it's lewd. I'm saying they should have made her 25 because this is wrong. This whole like storyline's wrong. Crazy.
Maybe we should lend him a hand.
Crazy. Typical Japan.
You're not a fan?
They're like, we need to make her younger, so it's even more weird.
To the coast of Falls to look for materials for the renovations. Let's start there.
Japan being Japan.
Alright. I've triggered all of my quests, I think.
So we head out.
I have to do my the time trial still, but you can go right on ahead.
Time trial.
Yeah, the other date.
Oh yeah.
I only did one of them.
The ball game. That was actually quite easy.
Oh shoot, not you.
See you later.
Someone took their sweet what game? Run
I don't get to bring my wheelie.
hard to guess why. Are you ready to go?
Lob.
But we're back to exploring.
Hell yeah.
Wish me luck, okay?
And I see a tower.
You do know this is for animals, right? Not people?
People are technically animals too.
Wrong. Not cool.
What? I really can't compete?
No, but your pet can.
Although I take umbrage with that.
I will calibrate this tower.
Happy to offer my assistance.
Red's got this.
Yes, Max, it does. And it will also reveal some of the map for me.
Did you ask permission before you made it reveal itself? This is consensual revelation.
I haven't started yet, so I will ask permission when I am close enough.
Hey.
Where's the chest? I need a chest. Reveal to me thine chest area, please. I need it. Oh,
Oh, there it is.
there. I see it. The island I've been searching for. Favorite streamer.
What the fuck?
At least the map is over 18. Yes, that's from the 90s, right?
No!
You can lob the ball over.
I can?
Yeah, if you press the X button to do a lob
Oh!
shot.
Oops.
Coffee, coffee, coffee. Coffee.
You son of a bitch! You, okay, there we go. There we go. Ah! Where's the ball? Is that this thing? Oh my god, that's awful. Oh, it lags.
Can I switch Cloud out of my party?
Please! Please! Oh my god. Hi, Jagan!
Jagan? Hello? How are you doing on this fine Monday?
You're like a red bolt shooting a...
I am quick on my...
The three of us should go.
Oh, it's locked to include
Watching their little gut. That's it. I need to get back to
Cloud.
the Jordas
I'm
at the
disappointed.
stables for the final part of your date. So what are you waiting for? Get those tushies on a chocobo.
Wait, I don't think I got the top score though. Shit.
You didn't? 3
no.
minutes?
No, I didn't get the first place. I didn't get rank 3. I think
Oh,
I
yeah,
missed my
but-
chance to get it.
There's only rank 1 and 2 available for right now.
Oh! Oh, okay. It's not available right now. Okay.
Design the girls are gonna come up with.
That's what I think anyway.
Swimsuit would you wanna see?
Okay.
Wait. Week off? You have the entire week?
Please.
That is good.
I'm curious.
Well, I prefer function over form. So, durable, maybe made with non-absorbent materials that allow for full range of motion. In case you need to fight underwater.
There you are.
Materia. Steel, HP, assess. Don't need assess.
It'll let you rent a chocobo whenever.
This hat is so cute.
Take good care. So the idea is to ride Kaima here and enjoy a romantic stroll along the beach.
So pretty.
But that on its own sounds like a huge yawn fest. How about you bring me the largest one I'll be chillin' back here. So you two run along and have yourselves one shell of a time.
It's
I
a
don't know what
long
to
way.
I don't know about you, but this is definitely.
Oh, maybe time materia actually.
You've ridden them before.
I'm not talking about the chocobo.
Oh. You meant the shells, right?
Right. Wait a second. Are you nervous?
About what? Easiest job I've ever had.
The Merc's nervous.
Is Yuffie related to Luffy?
Yes,
Oh my god.
absolutely. They look exactly the same. They have hands, legs, head.
Indeed.
Okay, hello tower. Can I climb you? Okay, thank you.
Nice job, Neva.
Yes.
Hey Jay, thank you for the raid. Hello. How
Oh
was the
my God.
personas? I'm assuming that's what
Can't
you
be a
played unless you
coincidence.
lied.
Lying?
Would you
On
dare
a
lie to
Monday?
me? On a Monday of all days.
Yeah, damn, that's... Oof. Oh, I forgot to ask about the calibration. Shit.
It was fine. Get lots done. Where the
The tower
fuck
lives.
is this last chest?
Oh no, my battery on my headset is low.
Oh no, maybe we don't go long.
Thing is, I turn
Yes.
this off,
Oh, there it is. I see it.
it won't drain any more of the battery.
Oh my god.
Then we bring back these.
KJ1.
Oh.
Good job, KJ. Much nice.
I think I can hear you still.
Hello.
Hello, yes I can. Now we both have cat ears.
Yay, cat ears. Oh. Scent.
Yeah. Normal. Normal headset.
Welcoming KJ community. We are playing some Final Fantasy VII. I am co-streaming.
My turn.
So am I.
Co-streaming with Nevano here.
Hello.
Oh wait. Shoot, I probably should put Red in my party, huh?
I mean, if you want him.
I need to proficient his weapon.
True.
Oh fuck! What the hell is that?
Allow me.
No, I can't do a weakness. Okay, I need to do the... Oh, guard. Come on. Oh,
Keep it together.
do you have fire? You do. No! I was wasting time in this battle so I could get my ATB bar to charge so I could use the weakness on the enemy. And by the time that I had gotten it, I was about to cast it, Tifa just knocks him the fuck out, and then I wasted all the time for nothing.
Rip. But
That
stream
make me
layout.
sad.
Thank you, Max. And Felix headset. What does that mean?
I think
Like,
you're talking about PewDiePie.
PewDiePie? Okay, okay. Felix the cat.
That is a
Who?
children's book.
Problem is, I thought about Felix the cat, but I have no idea what it actually is. I don't know why that popped into my head before even.
Or no, is it Pete the cat? Wait a minute. I'm wrong. It's Pete the cat. My mistake. Oh wait, I probably need to put Yuffie in my party too.
Yes.
Wait, no, her
Another
weapon's
example
already.
why Tifa is better.
Yuffie looks like her thingy's already done. Where do I go to change my goddamn party?
You go into your
There we go.
settings. Yes.
Found it. Sheesh.
You know what I haven't done in a long time?
What?
Transmuted some items.
I keep checking, but I just don't have the stuff.
Yeah. Yeah, same. I can't do anything. Dang it.
I got you.
Da 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 da.
You don't have a thing. Do you have the thing? No, you don't have it either. Hold on. Oh no, I do have. Okay, perfect.
Leave the rest to me. I'll make it quick. No time to celebrate.
Damn.
One out of 8 things picked up. Cool.
Let's go. Ooh, there's a zip line? Fuck yeah.
Oh, there's many.
Oh my god.
Do you like that?
It's
Zip
fun.
lines?
It's giving more vacation vibes. I feel like you're only here for the zip line. What?
Yes,
You are only here for the zip line?
correct.
Can't believe you.
What? Would I lie to you?
Yes.
Ah, shit. Are you sure?
Yes.
Ah, damn. Where's the mini golf? Actually, that'd be pretty fun. If they had some mini golf, but for some reason, if they added it, they would probably have some annoying mechanic that would just make it so much harder.
I want Thrillville mini golf. That shit was amazing.
What? What is that?
Thrillville was such a great game. It was like this park builder, but it wasn't like Roller Coaster Tycoon. It was more like half minigame, half management, half dating sim.
So, you find anything, bro? They ought to be all around the zip lines, right? Come on, don't leave us hanging. We need your help.
See what you were talking about by the 8 things now. Ah!
Having our bro help out.
This is gonna be tough with just us.
Quick manager game, but not like builder, like Roller Coaster Tycoon, more like mini games galore.
That is a terrible idea.
I think you meant to say terrific.
Final Fantasy Wet Dream, am I right?
Just imagine how much fun it could be.
Ooh, wait, what's up here?
Well, what did I tell ya? More you
Da 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 da.
B squad. How about we take a look over there? Nah, I think we'd have better luck over there. If it's not materia, I'm not interested.
I'm kind of curious about golf with your friends too.
Yeah?
Like the sequel that's coming out soon.
Okay, there's.
Just the other day, I
Resurrection?
spent some hours playing the
Nice.
original. It was fun.
I
Didn't win.
Yeah. I haven't been able to play golf with friends with any friends yet.
What?
Yeah. Oh, there it is.
But it's so fun.
I bought it, but then I never played with anybody.
Like, does people not want to play?
I think I just like, yeah, I didn't have anybody that really wanted to play. I think I've got like at least 2 friends that have it. You and Fred, I think.
Damn, it's a shame. It's a fun game to play.
God, I watched a bunch of YouTubers play it. Oh, there it is.
Do you have Golf It?
No, just golf with friends.
Alright. Still good.
Seemed like a mean game to watch YouTubers do. Hey, brother. I'm busy. How big is this area of interest? God damn. I'm out of
Oh,
it.
I didn't even see this cave.
Yeah, it's difficult to see when you're first going in.
Oh well.
Oh, there's one. Oh no, I missed that.
A meme game, but you can have a meme game and you can have it be fun.
That was a hell of an intro. Welcome in. Oh, intro. Sorry. Welcome in, really angry hedgehog, and thank you for the 25 bits. Sorry, words are hard. Such a cute emo. How are you? You're at a perfect time. We've got chocobos, we've got cute summer outfits going on. Oh.
Wait, we have a chocobo here?
Yes.
We don't have to go catch it? What?
You didn't talk to the...
No.
You didn't...
Don't laugh at me, please.
You didn't talk to the lady that was right next to the thing?
No. Like,
Oh
okay, look at me. Do
my
I
God.
talk to ladies?
Oh my god, thank you for the bits to enlarge your emote. Yeah, that hedgehog looks very angry. I don't know what you're talking about.
So, that's a mad one.
Indeed. What are the really angry hedgehog's hobbies? Okay. I need to fight this jellyfish thing.
Yes.
Best do it right.
Fire. Oh my god. He's gonna halt. Okay, let me be as red.
Hello,
You
chat.
mean like a mission? Yeah, sure. What's your mission? Won't you fall for me? Where are the lector? Oh.
Make Hedgehog great again.
Oh my god. Wow. That's wild. I'm quite shooketh. That was not something I thought I would see anytime soon.
It's a good emote. How do you pronounce that even?
There's so many sounds about hedgehogs. It's crazy. Beautiful. Thank you for the 25 bits.
Oh, do you know what I found?
What did you find?
A Choco Child.
No, no, not the Choco Child. Okay.
It's like Build-A-Bear, right?
No.
Okay.
Okay, for those who do not know, the Chocobo children, Neva has decided to call Choco Childs. But before we spread some news. Hey. Oh, I can fast travel to all the zip lines?
Choco Baby?
No. No!
Oh, actually, yeah.
That is- no! Good lord.
It's even better because it has like a B instead of a ch sound. Chocobo, Chocobabe.
It is easier to say a little bit. Perhaps. That's beside the point. Oh, fuck, what? Oh, I ran these things over. I didn't even see these shallow pods until I was standing on top of them.
Wow.
Yeah, I just need my bar to charge, please. Please. What is this? I didn't know I could do that. What the fuck? I didn't know about these synergy skills I could use while I'm guarding. Did you know about these
You
things?
didn't?
No.
Yeah.
No.
With me.
You haven't used them?
No.
It's on you.
Candy.
Was I supposed to?
Come on.
Yeah. They're good. They're strong.
I haven't been using
We
them
are
at all.
almost 30 hours into the game.
No idea. This is crazy.
You are never guarding, are you?
No, never.
That makes so much more sense now.
This is wild. It's like a whole new game.
A whole new game.
They're like, I actually hit the button and then it popped up and they were like all little yellow symbols, like oh, first time using it, like a notification kind of thing. You know what I'm talking about? Like, we're
Yeah,
just
yeah.
end this.
Okay, we will send for this one thing.
There we go. Okay. Man, I wish I had an animal mascot like the really angry hedgehog. Honestly, a little jealous. Let me go do this.
Jealous?
Jealous.
If anything can be our mascot, you just gotta choose it.
Jealous again. Bum bum bum. Wait, where's that bird going? Mr. Burb. Where'd you go? I don't know where they went. Oh, I heard it took a child.
We do this fast. It's on you.
You're up.
Very nice. Ah,
Oh, I got stunned.
I got tricked by my own chocobo.
Classic.
Another one in the bag.
Okay, where'd the baby go? Keep hearing shit, but I don't see any of it. She's got the eye of a hedgehog. Oh my god.
It's the eye of the hedgehog. The thrill of the fight. Rising up.
That was amazing. Ooh, what the fuck is this? Oh wait, I have to do this.
Commencing guidance protocol. The Sholopod's tentacles are considered a delicacy
Okay,
by many.
I should be able to do this. Okay, wait, I didn't assess these things? I swear I did.
Best do it right.
I didn't, apparently.
Oh well. Oh, I hear a scream. Thank you for the scream, Max.
Thank you for the 25 bits. There, I staggered that one perfect. Yeah, we should have this in the bag. Okay, and now you.
Great acid.
Ready when you are.
There we go. I unearthed all the artifacts.
Got it. Where the hell are you? What the fuck? You're in a hallway?
Yeah, I'm about to fight final boss.
Final boss? Oh my god, how did you skip ahead so fast?
I don't know.
You're just that bitch. What is this? It's locked. Damn. Alright. I'm coming back for you, baby. I'm coming back for you.
Where do I go?
You see an area over here that's like on the
Go
map,
to the beach.
but
Beach.
let's go get away. They say what they gonna say. Have a drink, clink down the Bud Light. Bad bitches like me is hard to come by. At the Patron, on. Let's go get it on. I don't know the rest.
Shit. Rap God.
No. Oh my god.
So many zip lines to find.
There is.
Another Choco baby.
How are you finding so many babies?
This is the second one only.
I've not found a single baby. I've heard a baby, but I've not found one. Oh, let me get this photo. Nobody responded. Nobody responded to Max. He had to respond to himself. Just like Dora. Honestly, that's more fitting because it's just like Dora. Nobody responds to her.
Oh yeah, yeah.
Get off. Hey.
Can you see the thing that we're looking for?
Oh, it's over here. I don't understand. I feel like I didn't take a photo, but it's saying I took a photo.
You just
So
have
weird.
to open photo mode. You don't have to actually take the photo.
That's crazy.
I know, right? Calibration time. Let's go.
Oh my god, I see that
Or
chest, you
the
son of a bitch.
exploder.
What the fuck?
There it is. What?
How do I get in there? How the fuck?
Hmm.
What the hell is this?
Oh, this is gonna be bad.
Let me in.
Commence.
What the fuck?
I missed. Damn it. Got it.
Oh dear.
Would you say that this is potentially Final Fantasy X-3? Because we have towers, we have calibrations.
Oh god. I would say that just because it has towers does not mean that it is the same game.
But it also has calibration.
I'm gonna sit down.
Oh, you've been standing this whole time?
No. Absolutely not. I've been standing for an hour.
Ah, okay.
Maybe an hour and a half.
I've been sitting this entire time and I'm starting to feel it. I found a child.
Another one? Jesus!
Another, just right now.
Oh, you DJ Khaled with all the kids you be finding. I mean...
Don't you mean... Did he?
Call you DJ Khaled for all the another ones you be having. Is that better?
I don't know. I don't know anything.
Oh, DJ Khaled is the one that goes, another one. Another one.
Oh,
Yes.
I have not listened to anything
It just...
from him.
That's just what he does. It's just his thing.
It just says another one.
Yeah. Oh, there it is.
How the fuck did he get popular?
DJ Khaled, yeah. Jagan is correct.
Damn.
Roctamundo.
Screams his name a lot. Well, it's not something that I entertain the thought of listening to, I will admit.
We should be able to find some good shells around here.
The
Oh,
clam
great
shells?
games.
Ooh, what does that mean?
Great games, Jim.
Too bad.
Oh no.
No. I know exactly what this is. My body's a temple, my muscles, religion.
I'm watching this anime where the main female character is blessed by the gorilla god. So she's just got like it's just a bunch of like gorilla facts, and she's like super strong. She can run really fast. She's amazing. And it, like that kind of, oh no, I'm a frog. Bitch, I'm a frog. Bitch, I'm a frog. Oh shit, oh shit, oh, okay. It's an amazing.
That's
No, I'm a frog again.
Time for chin-up competition? I think it is. Absolutely
I'm so
think
glad.
it is.
I'm so glad we decided to stream extra long today.
I'm so glad we decided to play this game at all. There's just mini games, all of it.
Yeah, today's just been a lot of mini games, but I mean, whatever.
Yeah.
I'm not upset.
I'm still enjoying it. I will admit, I'm still enjoying it.
Oh, that was cool.
Is that a tower for me?
All right, seashells, ready or not, here we come.
Let's saddle up first, then search.
Sounds good. Back on the birds we go.
Flying bits, minigames, bikinis, and tower calibration. Yes. Max is happy, it seems.
This is not the shell I'm looking for? What do you mean it's not the shell I'm looking for? What the fuck? How many shells are not the shells that I'm looking for?
I mean, these are not the shells you're looking for. It's a Jedi mind trick. They're all the same.
Is that the shell I'm looking for? Oh my god.
It was?
It was not. I don't even need to do the scent thing. They're like literally in there's a visual for what they look like. But I can't see anymore. Oh, there's one over there. Oh fuck.
Wait,
no!
where was the button for the tower? Did I just miss it?
Nice.
Oh, no.
Oh, I found one. Let's go.
One too. You know, you can hear the ocean if you put this.
One of
seashell
how
right
many?
up against your ear.
3.
That's a myth.
Oh,
Oh, just try it, you spoil sport.
I'm good.
that's fun. Tower calibrated.
What the fuck?
Keep it down, Birdie. No way.
Did you dig up an enemy instead?
Yes, I did.
How very nice. Exactly, Max. Exactly. So many droids they're not looking for.
Deal with that.
About damn time. Hope you don't mind if I fill you full of check out this shit right here. Don't stop now. Ain't no
Nothing to it.
He helped the plans, yes. What if they just never made the plans? Then he could never have had a hold of them, right?
How can he
Or am I
hold him?
wrong in that
He has
assumption?
no arms.
He put it
Fucking
inside his
hell.
body.
Oh my god.
I'm not lying. This is the truth, facts. Promise.
Apparently I'm locked in this area until I find these goddamn shells.
Statistically, these are probably not the droids you're looking for. That's gold.
Okay, this is my worst, like the least favorite time of the stream today is finding these goddamn shells.
I know where this is going.
Not the piano?
It's meant to be a keep.
Not the piano. No, this is worse.
Oh shit.
Have you done this yet?
No, I'm on my way to the beach now.
Okay, phew, I finished it, I think.
I didn't realize the text under your camera until now.
Okay, ready to go?
Yeah, Lazy
That is-
purchased it.
That
Everyone
is
say
wild.
Thank you, Lazy, for purchasing this text underneath my cam.
What about you, Cloud? Are you sure?
Thank you, Lacey.
This is the part where you're supposed to blurt out, I don't want to go back. I want to stay here with you. This date's DOA otherwise.
Okay.
Damn.
Now you're just being mean.
I'm not trying to be mean. Sorry.
It's been so long, I've long forgotten what it says. Oh my god. No, get off. I'm busy, bitch.
Oh, I haven't assessed these guys. Fire?
Fire!
Was something else.
Yo, Def, I'm getting a new rig? What do you mean? Like a new PC? UV is just spamming PK Fire. Oh my god.
Yeah, pretty much.
ASRock, Asus Gigabyte MSI for motherboard. I see. How come you're getting a new PC? What happened?
Congrats, a new PC.
GB of RAM. Nice, nice. Tower calibrated.
Wait, you got all of the shells, right?
Yes, I did.
This is not the shell you're looking for.
Dude. I got so many wrong shells.
This is not the shell you're looking for.
Okay. 2
Not
terabyte
the shell.
SSD or 4 terabyte SSD? Whoa. That's a lot of storage. Did CNN restock? What? Where do I need to go for that?
Okay, I got 2 in a row.
I
I'm
got
only missing.
yeah. I ended up getting a couple in a row at the end. Oh, there it is. Get me out of here. I'll have work early today so we could get this. Oh, you're doing it today? Wait. I'm near past this part in game. Oh, okay. I didn't know you were playing Rebirth right now.
Oh heck yeah!
You gotta play this so I don't spoil anything for you. Even though you played the original. So I guess there is no spoiling.
Isn't it exciting?
Added to carts in Newegg and Amazon. Let's go. Are prices good right now? Okay. Got that done. Oh, there you are.
Let's see. Another fight? Oh shit.
Oh. We have the last copy of Final Fantasy VII in 1997 at my local EB Games. Yeah, so nothing is a spoiler.
Yeah. Depends what you would call a spoiler.
Fair enough. There it is. Got it.
EB Games was an old game retailer, right? Or video game store.
Before GameStop? Okay, so it used to be it's GameStop's name before. Gotcha. Okay. Where are you taking me, child? This is a long ass trip.
I got the
Holy
shell.
Shit. Let's go. What is this?
But before that, I gotta head to the restroom.
Sounds good.
Be right back.
Candy saying, are we there yet to the Choco Child? Hell yeah, it was way too long. Holy shit. Wee! Wait, you had something to sniff. Okay. How long are you guys going for today? I honestly don't know. I don't think we have much of a plan. We're just kind of going right now. Letting our feels guide us. Getting another NVIDIA graphics card, 60GB VRAM. So you're gonna have two graphics cards in the same thing, or is this just the new one you're getting? New one, okay. Oh gosh. Where do I go? Up. Ah. Oh, right there. $1,000-watt PSU modular cables. I have 1,000-watt. Pasussy. Oh shit. Oh, I did the wrong thing, but it ended up being the right thing. That's cool. We did it. No. It's different. It's spelled different. Please. Ooh, I can make this. That's what I call the PSU. Pasussy. That's the name. Play Arts Wheelie? What the fu- How the fuck was that in there? Excuse you? What do I do with that? Oh, I don't think I fought you guys yet. No, I have, but I didn't do the fire to you guys yet. Okay. Did that work? Yeah, I did. Okay, good. Can you finish that thing, please? Fuck you, bitch. Okay, you're dead. Get your deli bird. What is this? Google? Goodness. There's so many things to do still. Oh, I should have stayed at the beach. Holy fuck. Okay, that's alright. We'll just keep going this way then. Oh. The child. Oh, I see it in the distance. Oh shit, I'm supposed to hold it. I forgot. Oh shit, I went too far. Go too far! Turn around. Come on, Bessie. There we go.
Hello.
Hello. There's cute little statues over here. That's cute.
Oh. Thank you, Max, for the scream.
I have no idea how much more time I can end up actually doing, honestly. I'm starting to feel a little bit of fatigue. But we are at 4:30. What are you feeling?
Do you want to end here then?
Are you sure? I could do a little bit more. You just got back.
I mean,
it's up to you.
I was just about to say it's all up to you.
Well, I was about to start Mog, but I can just stop now, actually. Since we're both,
I'm on my way to Mog as well.
We're, like, not in the middle of anything right now.
Should we do the Mog and then call it quits, or...?
Alright, it sounds like we should do the Mog.
Okay.
I'm entering.
Yeah, I'm just next to it here. What's a Mog? It's a Moogle in the Mogstool universe. Or Mogstool dimension.
What is this? I see. Wait, what's this? Oh, fuck.
Yeah, that's one. I got two.
Why am I doing that right? Wait, you're over the water. What the fuck? Uh-oh. Okay, this is not going well.
I got 3 of them in.
I am not having a good time.
4 of them. I only missed the last one, the bomb one.
I'm struggling on the Bomba one. Okay. Wait! You son of a bitch! Go! You son of a bitch. Go!
Oh shit!
That was absolutely atrocious.
Did you do it?
Oh, you just hold it. Okay. I see now. Yeah, I got the bomb throwing one.
Alright, then I'll just save and then I'm ready to end.
Okay. Alright.
We did it! It kind of confused me when the ones you've already captured still throw out shit.
Yeah. I did notice that. Fuck you! You son of a bitch.
Okay.
Yeah, fine. He bananaed me! I can fucking catch you, you son of a... Okay.
Okay. I think this is indeed a good time to call it quits.
I'm scaring Neva. Who are we raiding into?
Thanks so much for helping us get this
Or who am I raiding into? I mean, if you don't want to, of course.
people know this, but the Emporium's
I don't want to. So
Understandable.
much effort.
Not a problem.
until his wings finally worked. It's such
Who do we got alive?
I can see I have 2 people live. It's you and Sizzle.
Sizzle's doing... I'll have to look. Let me save. When are we playing next?
That's a good question. How's Monday?
Hello, Yoksha. My childhood hero is Diddy. Oh my goodness. We see
Diddy
Monday.
Kong, right? Diddy Kong. Monday works for me.
Okay.
I believe.
At
Yeah.
the later time, correct?
Yeah, our usual time because I'm back at
Okay.
work.
Right, right.
All right, I have saved the game.
Perfect. I have as well. I need to find a raid here. Zizzle's
I'll
playing.
just
Sorry.
end the stream.
Okay,
Bye-bye,
bye, never
people.
stream. Do you guys want Minecraft? I've got DBD, Counter-Strike, and Minecraft.
Minecraft.
Minecraft? You want Minecraft? Prince.
I refuse to answer.
You refuse to answer if you want Minecraft or not? Sizzle is
Yeah.
playing Counter-Strike. And he is still doing a subathon, by the way. Sizzle's still doing subathon. Day 6.
Day 6.
Day 6. He's been sleeping.
How does he
though.
have the time?
He's been like ending to sleep.
That's good, but still, how does he have time to do all that?
Let's give love to Zizzle since he's still doing his subathon. We'll go to Zizzle.
Okay.
Alright. We end our share chat stream together. Alright, stream. See you on Wednesday, 9 a.m. EDT.
And Monday.
Yeah, next
Bye.
month. Yeah, bye. Okay, we're rating.